Game shot in the third leg. Conor Heenan.
That's exactly what he needed.
Conor Heenan. Game shot and the match. Conor
That
Heenan.
man right there has won Group A.
Game shot
Pretty.
on the fourth leg, Jamie Atkins.
2-2.
Oh, beautiful
Game
from
shot on
Blom.
the third leg.
A
Moreno
tongue
Blom.
topper for Moreno to move 2-1 in front.
Game
Wow.
shot in the
The
sixth
best
leg.
bullseye of the week.
Scott Campbell.
Right in the middle.
Super finish.
Yeah, I love that. When you that's a sign of real confidence. Didn't just throw the dart the same, pick the open bed.
And Banks pins
Shot
the
on the fifth
110 to
leg.
bring it back to
Solid
3-2.
Oh, beautiful.
Shot in the fourth
Beautiful.
leg.
Hi there, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're at the August point of the year already. If you remember this time last year, this was when the action got red hot. And this Group C has very much got that vibe about it. And always red hot with his analysis is the asset Paul Nicholson, who joins me this afternoon. And when you look at this Group C on paper, you'd sense out of the 6 players, there's not too much really that separates the field.
No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty even. So trying to pick 2 people that are going to go through to Saturday night with Conor Heenan is a pretty difficult task. It's a good job we've got 30 games to try and figure it out.
Indeed we do. But yesterday we saw Conor Heenan make his way through Group A in a real dramatic finish. It was him and Tom Lonsdale that were fighting for the line. Lonsdale losing his last 2 and Heenan getting over the line eventually.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start against Simon Adams, but it was a pretty good finish, wasn't it? And I think he was quite relieved at the fact that he's got the 2 days off to try and figure out Saturday night. He'd love to get his second weekly title in consecutive series, but he's admitted, alongside the numbers that prove it, it's probably the worst he's played in a weekly campaign to date. But he's in Saturday night, that job's done, and he can figure it out over Thursday and Friday.
Well, he beat Tom Lonsdale by a couple of points to get there, but that's not really the long and short of it at all, if the truth be told. This is how the table finished. Both players on 18 points, Stefan Hendrick on 16. But I've never known a player finish in 5th position, particularly playing a Group C, with 47 legs on the board. In fact, 12 legs from top to bottom.
This group, it would take probably Richard Feynman and a lot of other scientists like Stephen Hawking, if he was still with us, to try and figure this out, because it didn't make sense. One of the things about the group was that a lot of games went either side, so a lot of 2-1s when it came to the 3 matches that people played against each player. But there weren't many people who were done 3-0, so a lot of it was fed around and spread around. And I just get the feeling that it's one of those groups that we won't forget because it was so weird. I mean, you said it at the end of yesterday's session. We could have had someone win the group with a negative leg difference. That doesn't make sense.
Well, Simon Ann's also finishing bottom of that group on 12 points. And we're going to watch him in action this afternoon as part of our Group C's worth of action. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down as we head to the halfway point of proceedings in Week 9. Tom Lonsdale just missing out. Him and Stefan Hendrick will be in Group B alongside Steve Hine, Scott Mitchell and Mike van Dijvenbode. And then this afternoon, Group C gets underway. Adams, Banks and Blom from Group A will be joined alongside Scott Campbell, Jamie Atkins and Martin Griz. Let's talk about 2 of the players that have just come into the group. It's Scott Campbell and Jamie Atkins. To begin with Jamie, a player whose reputation really is beginning to build within the sport. Played well the last time he was there, averaged 91 for the 2 days, didn't make it through. His numbers for the year are very good, and he's doing things at an attainable rate, having good runs on the Challenge Tour, Pro Tour call-ups, and playing for his country. Yeah,
it's been a pretty decent year for Jamie, but I think when you think about the fact that it is August now, we now have to get something for all of those efforts. He's been to a Challenge Tour final where he's lost to a Super Series veteran in Andy Bolton. However, moving forward, this could be the kind of week where things really start to turn for Jamie. And I really hope they do, because he's a great brand, tall, he's rangy, he's got good scoring ability. And like you said, the last time he was here, his numbers were good, but it wasn't good enough to get through. If he can have 91 this week, he's got a great chance.
Well, Thomas Banks comes into this Group C on the back of a fairly solid Group A campaign. The reason why he's in the C may be a little bit of inconsistency at the worst possible times, but there was certainly evidence on Tuesday and Wednesday after a slow start into the week that he's really ready to brim at the seams.
Yeah, some of the evidence that we got from people who are close to him is that he's playing really well at the minute, but he's playing a lot of darts. Straight from the development tour to the Super Series this week, and he just looked a little flat on Monday, and some of the results were pretty hard for him to take, but the signs over Tuesday and Wednesday have been very, very bright. His maximum shooting has been better than anybody else. His numbers, as far as average, that has been very encouraging. And his doubles haven't been that bad at all. So if you're looking for someone to possibly pop over the next couple of afternoons, it might just be Thomas.
So if you have a look at the odds, you'll be very surprised to see then that he is fifth favourite out of the 6 players at 15-2.
How can I say this bluntly? That's wrong. Because we've looked at the statistics, and sometimes statistics lie, like they did in the Group A table, but this doesn't. He's got one of the best doubles percentages over the first 3 days. He's had the best running average for the last 2 days. He's got the best running average for the week. I know he's in Group C, but he's got more encouraging signs than other people. I think he's more likely, for example, to make Saturday from this group than, say, Stefan Hendrick from Group B, which is a very difficult group. Thomas has got better numbers than Stefan. However, in this group, I think if he can replicate what he's been doing, or indeed increase it by 1 or 2%, he's got a fantastic chance.
Scott Campbell goes off the favourite at 7-4. How would you rate his chances over the course of the next couple of days?
I would say pretty good, but he hasn't been here for a while, and a short amount of time is a long time in darts. Let's say that someone hasn't been here for a couple of months, or maybe 3 months, or even a full series. We'll say that we're unsure where they are right now. The fact that we haven't seen Campbell for nearly a year, now we put him under the microscope. If he's in the same sort of nick as last summer, he's got a tremendous chance of making Saturday. If he's not, he could be exposed.
Be interesting to see for sure. Right, let's get into that game then. He is in action up against Simon Adams, the South African, and I caught up with Scott earlier on this morning. Well, Scott, another stint for yourself here at the Modus Super Series. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, really looking forward to go again. It's about a year since I've been back, so almost feels like a little debut again, although I have been here before. Just looking to get going again.
How have the darts been since the last time we've seen you?
It's definitely got more consistent. Struggled with consistency before. Obviously, I was my first time here, but over a year, worked on a few things, watched my games back, picked up a few things, and hopefully we push on this week.
How important is that analytical side for yourself, looking back on performances, looking back on games, and looking at the things you can improve?
I tend to try and do it just before I come down, playing things like this, maybe before challenge tours, listening to the commentary with Paul, like as I said last year. It's more just confidence booster, just before you go away and play in events if you've played well and stuff. So.
In terms of this group, in terms of this week, it's a very evenly matched Group C, it feels like, on paper. How would you assess your chances going into it?
I kind of woke up on Monday morning and seen the bookie odds, and they had me like third favourite, and I was just like, okay, because I know the rest of the players in the group as well, all very, very capable. You could go and win 10 out of 10, or you could go and lose 10 out of 10. I think it's going to be that tight this week.
And in terms of yourself, this could be a great start to what looks like it's going to be a very busy back end of the year for yourself.
A couple of weeks. We've got the Challenge Tour, and then the month after that, I'm away to Slovakia with Scotland for the Europe Cup, and then back to Q School again in January.
We wish you all the best, Scott. Good luck.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen Scott Campbell in this building, but we will see him up against Simon Adams. It's the first of 25 matches we are bringing to you on this Thursday afternoon and evening at the Super Series. We'll be back for Group B at 10 o'clock this evening for a battle between Scotland and South Africa to get the day's proceedings started. Simon Adams, a man that needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. The South African who's become a real staple star here at the Super Series. But for Scott Campbell, it's been a little while between drinks since we've seen the 34-year-old from Aberdeen last, a semi-finalist on the PDC Challenge Tour, and a player with a big reputation, well respected back home, Scottish international as well, up against Simon Adams, the 56-year-old, the Saint, who made the PDC World Championships for the first time this year, and he is hoping to make it through to a second consecutive finals night. It'll be interesting to see how Scott gets along over the course of this group, because if he's anything like last time, we've got a player on our hands.
Absolutely right. And those words as well that you've just mentioned, Scottish international, that carries weight. If you think about what Scott's just said, this is really important
First leg, it's Scott
for
to
the
throw
rest
first.
of his summer.
Game on.
If he has a very good week, this could be a summer of change for Scott Campbell. Just imagine, think about the possible timeline. If he has a great week here, if he has a good challenge tour, he might even be back for Champions Week at the end of August.
41.
And then he mentioned the Europe Cup with Scotland. This could be a really good few weeks. But it all starts here.
Well, every journey's got to have its starting point, hasn't it? And to be perfectly honest, the Simon Adams journey kind of came
60.
to its starting point here of the Super Series. Won the African qualifier to make it through to the World Championships and made his debut here in December before that tournament got underway. And from that point, he really did begin to get a real fan following, was a real crowd favourite in his game at
140.
the Ali Pali against Ricky Evans. And since then, a lot of people have been following his progress, both back home and all around the world, it has to be said. A real popular character. You could almost
135.
give him cult hero status.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Some people might not agree because we've only known Simon for about a year.
100.
But sometimes cult status can be gained in a very quick space of time. Think about the late Morihiro Hashimoto. We lost him a few years ago, but when he came to the World Championship, he was a cult hero within about 10 minutes.
140.
By the way, what you were saying about starting a journey, you know what they say in Irish folklore? Never start a journey on a Sunday or a full moon.
80.
Well, I think you're covered, Scott, because it's a Thursday, and I don't think it's a full moon.
To be honest, the sun goes down so late these days, I'm in bed by the time it's dark.
Try going to Iceland. It doesn't
44.
get dark this time of year.
Scott, you require 140.
Then they get the complete traverse, don't they, in the winter? There doesn't get any sunshine at all.
Yeah, 3 or 4 hours of sunlight in the day. Can you imagine that? Well, this is an okay start from Campbell.
84.
That makes it a little bit
Simon, you
better.
require 122.
But Adams has hit this finish this week, but it was back on Monday in his very first game.
Trouble 18 would have given him a poke at the ball side, so done it again. So Campbell
82.
will come back
Scott,
for
you require
56 to
56.
take out the opening leg of the day.
How good is that single? It's a good sign, that. How's his tens?
36.
Not quite.
Simon, you require 40.
And so Adams, the opportunity to break if he can find tops. His doubling has been somewhat of a concern this week. Double 10. Doesn't go.
20.
And Campbell's going to get another
Scott, you require
opportunity. He
20.
gets a reprieve.
You're right about the doubles for the Saint. We'll touch on that in a second. Let's see if Campbell can take the first leg of this group. Yes, he does.
Shot of first leg.
Solid
Scott Campbell.
to start things off. But if you're averaging 20 darts a leg over the next couple of days, you're not
Second
going to
leg,
qualify.
it's Simon to
You'll
throw
have to get better
first.
from here.
Game on.
But let's talk about the doubles of Simon, because 25% over the last 3 days, unfortunately, that doesn't cut it. That's why he's in Group C.
100.
But at times, he's had very good results. For instance, on Tuesday, even though he wasn't playing very well, he won his first 3 matches.
You get the sense with Simon that it's going to be a
60.
case of things being done in patches as opposed to something being attained over a long course. But with Simon, you almost
43.
treat his weeks differently to most other players' weeks, because for him, and he self-admitted this, and actually he wants to talk about this, is the fact that as much as he's enjoying the opportunities of playing here.
38.
He doesn't feel like he's playing for himself. He feels like he is playing for pathways, for opportunities, for other players, other people within his region to experience what he's experiencing now and doing things like that.
180.
First 180 of the group goes to the South African. Sets up a chance to win this second leg. He's going to get to a finish first, but he might have a little bit of company just behind him.
140.
But it's interesting what you're saying, that he feels he's playing almost as a proxy because he wants to play to open up opportunity for other people. That is commendable.
138.
There's got to be a time where you play for you. You can't just play for other reasons all the time. I'll give you an example of that in leg 3. And it might be something you've seen
42.
before, but didn't quite
Simon, you
understand.
require 40.
Double top.
Game Shana's
That's a
second
little bit
leg,
better.
Simon Adams.
13 darter is a lot better. Now, do you remember the
Third
PDC
leg,
World
it's
Darts
Scott to
Championship
throw
final
first.
from 2014 when Michael van Gerwen beat Peter Wright? What did Michael do when he hit that 72 checkout? He celebrated, didn't he? But how did he celebrate? And what he did tells you
100.
everything about what he wanted in that moment. He pointed to the trophy and he said, "That's for me." It wasn't for anybody else. It wasn't for money. It wasn't for rankings. He wanted the trophy
83.
and the trophy alone. When he said, "That's for me," that told me everything you need to know about Michael van Gerwen. He's one of the most selfless individuals I've ever met. But every now and again, in this sport especially, you've got to be
140.
selfish.
Because ultimately nobody else will do it for you.
It's not like cricket where you can get someone to go and run for you.
We did have that in the Bullseye Challenge once when
100.
John Worsley played the role of a runner for Martin Adams. Yes, the Wombles were overground, underground and running towards Wolfie.
81.
Campbell's got that very distinct style where he almost graduates the height of his elbow before he throws it. If you can repeat that every time and it's consistent, it could be
81.
a very big attribute for the next couple of days. And I am sure after making Saturday the last time, he would love to get back there again.
Well, he's building in this game now. It was a slow start for Scott the Scot. But he's got to be a bit careful here because them two are standing up to attention, which is why he moved towards the right-hand side of the bed to leave himself on tops after 12, just like Adams did in the last leg.
Are you trying to tell me he was called Scott because he's from Scotland? It's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
100. Scott, you require 40.
Although there has been an Olympic boxer this week called Delicious, which I think is a fabulous name. Oh, now, this has got to go in. That is such a great marker.
No score.
How it didn't, I've got no idea.
Simon, you require 137.
Bent the wire but couldn't find a way through. And so Adams 137 for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead in this contest isn't going to go. And so Campbell, who's had his own troubles on the doubles in the early portion of this match, 1 from 7 on the
97.
outer ring
Scott,
thus
you
far, will
require
get another
40.
opportunity to re-establish his advantage at 2-1.
Game shot on third
And this
leg.
time makes
Scott
no
Campbell.
mistake. And so Campbell halfway towards an opening win. Not a vintage performance from him so far. But
Fourth
at this
leg,
present
it's
moment in
Simon
time,
to
be
throw
more concerned
first.
about
Game
picking
on.
the points up and getting himself on the board. The 7-4 favourite with the odds compilers before Dart was thrown. In fact, this is the group favourite against the group outsider going toe-to-toe in the first contest of our
140.
Group C proceedings. Adams, the outsider, at 12-1 with the bookies.
With all due respect, I think that's fair based on numbers that we've seen him play out this week. 79.68 his average for Group A. We've mentioned the 25% on the
95.
doubles. He's averaged 3 and a bit 180s a day. But if you look at someone like Thomas Banks, who you will see in game number 3 today against Martin Grierson, he's got 9 more 180s. I just get the feeling that other players might just have a little bit more in the tank.
Simon also played at the weekend on the World Seniors Circuit, played in the Open Series events, as well as the 2 qualifiers for the World Match Play, and able to qualify for them. Many congratulations goes to James Richardson and David Cameron, who have booked their spots at the Barbican in York. Tickets are on sale for that via dartshop.tv.
Yes, James, make sure you go to the Barbican in York, not the one in London. He looked pretty happy on social media, didn't he, when he got that spot? Good for him.
83.
Not a bad time to be a tractor boy, is it? Although don't say that in front of Thomas Banks.
Yeah, best not get involved in that little melee.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to hear all too much about Ipswich's
95.
progress over the course of this season.
Oh, joy of joys. You know what rule number 1 is when talking about Scottish dart players and bringing up things from other areas? Don't talk about Scottish football.
59.
So we're not going to.
Simon,
we're going
you
to talk about
require
darts.
96.
So can Adams get us at 2-2 in the first game of Group C? He's going to have to recover on treble 17.
Able to find that, and so Campbell will return for the 1-2-4 for the
Scott, you
break of
require
foe and a 3-1 lead, and to
124.
really put himself in pole position in this contest. Triple 18 would have left the bullseye, so Adams does have a chance to level this
63.
contest up at 2 apiece.
Simon, you require 63.
That's an interesting call. Going for bullseye with the last dart. Well, Adams did the same. He's trying 25 double 19.
Game shot on a full
All's well that
flag.
ends well.
Simon Adams.
And it is 2-2.
And that tops really is responding for Simon so far today. Both his
Fifth
legs
flag. It's Scott
run
to
on
throw
that target.
first.
In fact, the misses
Game
have been elsewhere for him today.
Campbell mentioned the Challenge Tour. Not too much time between now and the next batch, which will see
45.
a lot of great players gunning for the top 2. Campbell's way back in the 60s in the order of merit. He is currently 63rd, with the likes of Dirk Telnikers and Michael Buscher from the
81.
Netherlands, who, in fact, is the last person he beat in the Challenge Tour. That was in June. But the likes of Danny Jansen, Christian Kist, Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, who's in Champions Week, Wesley Plizier, John Henderson, Darryl Pilgrim,
85.
all vying for those top 2 spots. It's going to be fascinating, just like it was last year with Owen Bates and Hendo.
Yes, Mike Warburton owes... Well, sorry, Owen Bates owes Mike Warburton
95.
and then some. That was a really dramatic final day. In fact, there wasn't just them two in the mix. Mr. Cameron Crabtree was also involved in that little melee as well.
Well, nothing beats the year that Jim Williams got his
41.
tour card from the Challenge Tour, because he won it by 1 match. But there was something like 9 players who could still do it on the final day. It was extraordinary. But the last time Scott Campbell played on the Challenge Tour, he didn't just beat Michael Buscher.
45.
He beat 3 Germans in the same tournament. Max Hopp, Nico Springer, and Patrick Klingelhofer. What a great name that is. Sounds like a character from Allo Allo.
60.
His numbers were decent. Averages of 90, 86, 83. They're the kind of numbers that can do damage here, but if they're towards the northern end of what he was doing there,
36.
he'll be way more threatening. At the minute, just hasn't settled yet.
He's simmering like a pork that's being cooked on low heat.
I wondered where you were going with that.
60.
I should really leave the food stuff to you, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you really want to smoke your pork, Henry.
100.
In a smoker before anybody says anything. Don't at me. Texas style or Kansas City style with a dry rub. Yes. That sounds rather interesting.
We're heading into the meat of the
100.
match now.
Simon, you
Two apiece,
require
both players in the finish.
144.
Adams, first poke of the 144. He isn't going to take it out, and so Campbell only needs one triple on the 110 to have a poke at a double, and Adams hasn't really done
41.
much to set
Scott,
up
you
from that
require
point. In fact, he's still on a free
110.
darter. Should he return?
I just do what Tom Lonsdale did. Go 60 bull. It's going to be double top.
90. Simon, you
Adams has
require
not been in front in this
103.
game. I wonder if he is after the next 3 darts.
Draw 17 was what he was looking for, but not what he got. And so Campbell's going to get 3 darts in hand at double
44.
10. Now, he has had
Scott, you require
some issues on
20.
the outer ring in this game. 2 from 10 all told on the doubles.
Doesn't look settled to me. It's almost like he's hoping this goes in.
Game
And it
start on the
does.
5th leg. Scott Campbell.
Sometimes when you're playing your first game, you just want to get a result. You don't want to have to chase the entire group. And this is 5 games today,
6th
5
leg.
games
It's Simon
tomorrow.
to throw
Not like
first.
Group A.
Game on.
It's been trimmed by a third. So if you get a bad start, it's magnified.
95.
How many different coloured shirts has Adams worn this week? Is this the 4th different colour?
I think it's the 4th different shirt, yeah. I'd imagine he probably has a 5th, and never know, a 6th in the wardrobe as well.
How many colours do you think a dart player
121.
should have? Because I know that Premier League football teams have got 3 kits. Home and away shirt and maybe a 3rd kit, and that's it. Past that, it's just that's a
45.
bit silly, isn't it?
Well, we've seen certain players who play for certain manufacturers having different types of shirts depending on whereabouts in the world they play. The Premier League, Nathan Aspinall had different coloured, different strand shirts for dependence
60.
on venues, such as Scotland having the blue and white, in Germany having the black, orange and red, and in the Netherlands having the orange.
Yeah, I think the Aspinall shirt for Germany was
35.
maybe the dart shirt of the year. I say maybe because did you get a load of that Mikuru Suzuki shirt at Blackpool? That was a work of art. And if you think that she hasn't got the best dart shirts in the world, come and have a word with me on Saturday night if you're here, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
140.
If you'd like to have an argument with Paul Nicholson, it's dartshop.tv to be here
It
on
won't
Saturday.
be an argument. It'll be, you're wrong, and this is why. And that'll be the end of the story. She does
100.
have the best dart shirts on the planet, bar none.
Well, we could be heading towards the end of the story as far as this game's concerned. Campbell, 6 darts from 180, was praying for 140 to leave himself on tops after 12.
45.
But hasn't really made any inroads there. He's left himself on 135 and finished Simon Adams took out in his first game of the week.
Maybe a sign of where this game is at standard-wise.
140.
It lies in the biggest check out of the match
Scott, you
being
require
63 from Adams.
135.
In fact, Campbell's biggest finish is 40. He hasn't had a combination finish yet. That might be about to change. But change it won't.
70.
So they chase back down for
Simon, you require
the
86.
bullseye for more reasons than one. And actually, a matter of fact, that first dart would have been a perfect guide if he found the trouble with dart 2. Adams may just get a dart at the bull here to level us up and send us all the way.
61.
He cannot find even, so
Scott, you
Campbell
require
65 points away. The group favourite from picking up the opening spoils in Group C.
This is where you don't want to hit the bullseye. That's why he went for treble 11. All is not lost. It's 17 for tops to get the first 2 points of the group.
25. Simon, you require 25.
Not to be, and so now he hopes that Adams cannot convert the 25. Double 8 for 3 apiece.
Game shot
In
on
it
a
goes,
sick
and
leg.
to the
Simon
distance
Adams.
we go. Well, it was the story of the week as far as Group A was concerned. On Tuesday, we had 10 games that
7
went
from
to the
final
wire,
leg. It's
and the
Scott
first
to throw
match in Group
first.
C will head in
Game on.
exactly the same direction.
Players being very wise and taking a towel on stage. It is the warmest day Portsmouth has had all year today.
91.
So be prepared. I only play darts in South Africa. It's warm most of the year anyway. I think sometimes you just got to be very cautious with your approach. Take something with you to a tournament that you
140.
might not need, but it's better to have it not need it than to need it not have it. Whether it's a towel, whether it's some sort of grip resin, anything like that that can possibly give you success, take it with you. You never know when you might need it.
45.
What's they say about failing to prepare?
They lose. Yeah, prepare to fail, fail to prepare, and vice versa.
100.
Well, Campbell, who missed a match start in the previous leg here, now finds himself very much with his throw taken away from him in the decider.
You and I both know, Henry, that this is the kind of game that Simon's
60.
been winning this week. He's been winning scrappy affairs. When people are not playing their best and they're drawn into a 7th leg decider, what's going on the stage there? Yeah, when people are drawing themselves into 7-leg matches against this guy, he's been pretty good.
Just been finding that winning
81.
instinct, but that could be a slip with dart 3. Okay, Campbell is a fair way back. You don't want to begin to slip and slide to the other side.
Based on where they were with the odds compilers for the group,
58.
Campbell was favourite, Adams was the outsider. I take it Simon Adams was quite a long price to win this match. Well, just remember everybody, over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information on responsible gambling.
100.
Gamble responsibly.
Well, the form book here has completely been turned upside down because Adams was the outsider to win the group. Campbell was the favourite to win the group. And it may well be the case of the South African picking up the point. Or has Campbell got
140.
one last twist in
Simon,
the
you
tail? The
require
140 keeps
80.
him an interested party. But Adams' first poke at the 80. He should get a match start here.
You could say that he does deserve a match start because he's had 15 scores of 100 or more to 11 from Campbell.
40.
They've both had a match start at tops.
Scott, you require 107.
Campbell get any more?
The target has been so good as well to Simon Adams today. But it's 107 here for Scott Campbell to get over the line and to seal a 4-3 success. Treble 16 gives itself another dart at tops to win it, and it's another
67.
dart at tops that goes a begging
Simon,
for the
you
match.
require 40.
That shake of the head tells you that he believes Adams is now going to beat him. And he can with a break of throw and 40 more points.
Double 10 to get over the line. And it is
Game shot.
Adams
And the
who
match,
picks up the first
Simon
win
Adams.
of Group C. The player who was the outsider with the bookies has beaten the odds-on favourite Scott Campbell. The first shock of the group comes in the first game of the group, and it comes with Simon Adams beating Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 3. That's how the game panned out from a statistical viewpoint. Coming up next, Jamie Atkins and Moreno Blom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Simon Adams got the better of Scott Campbell in the first game of the day by 4 legs to 3. So, seconds out, game 2, and we see Moreno, Blom and Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Jamie, a player of a big reputation, the 36-year-old from Warwick, England international, Challenge Tour finalist in 2024. And he's hoping to make it through to the finals night for the first time in his second appearance. Up against a man who has a fairly decent record in making it through, from Vicky Vane in the Netherlands, 22-year-old Moreno Blom, looking to make it through to a third final in 4 appearances. A man who is a prolific winner on the WDF circuit, will certainly be at the Lakeside and looks likely to be a seed for that tournament in December, is hoping to kickstart his back end of the year with
First
success
leg,
on the
it's Jamie to throw
land stage.
first.
But when you break
Game
down
on.
the numbers for Jamie Atkins and you compare it to everybody else in this field, you get the feeling that he is the standout player of the 6.
Yeah, it could be.
134.
Time will tell, of course. But we've been talking about the number 89 quite a lot this morning when researching Jamie. Oh, we didn't have to wait long to get a first 180 from Moreno. That's the 101st 180 of the week. We were so drawn in by the first game that we forgot about the fact that Simon Adams' maximum was the 100th.
58.
But if Jamie can average 89 here over the next couple of days,
83.
does he qualify?
Yes. Well, he averaged 91 for the group last time he was here and didn't make it through. I was with Chris Mason on commentary for that week, and it
96.
felt like every single time he wrote down on our stats sheet what the opponent was averaging, it felt like everybody raised their game against us. He's one of those players that has definitely got a lot of respect amongst his peers, and already Moreno Blom has got off to a blistering start. A player who this week has, I think it's fair to say, has been a little bit feast or famine. When he's been at his best, he's been brilliant, but there has been some off patches. But it's been a quick start from the quick-fire Dutchman here, but he's not going to take out the 138 to break.
60. Jamie, you require 79.
Well, that's the best 3.60 I've ever seen. Seriously, it looked like one dart in the end. All moulded together. To take the first leg, Jamie needs tops.
Game shot
And
on
that's
first
why he's
leg,
got an England
Jamie
shirt.
Atkins.
England internationals do that kind of thing to you. And they've been doing it.
Second leg, it's
For
Moreno
50
to
years.
throw first.
Look at the back of his shirt.
58.
Anybody would think he was from Wolverhampton or something. Yeah, some players like to represent football clubs, don't they? On the back of his shirt, he's got the signal for Wolverhampton Wanderers, hasn't he?
Whilst wearing the claret and blue of Aston Villa.
100.
It's a bit of an enigma shirt, isn't it? And don't get me started on that logo. In order to solve
36.
that logo, I need Pythagoras.
Well, in this meeting of England and Dutch internationals, because Moreno has represented his country in the past, it's unlike the last meeting between English and Dutch internationals, where it's
91.
England that have drawn first blood. We do know how that one ended, mind. And it's not going to finish 2-1.
140.
To be fair, you could imagine Ollie Watkins to be in a shirt like that in a few weeks' time.
Very true. Pretty easy to classify the action of Jamie Atkins. I find it quite graceful to watch.
59.
Some actions just look better than others, and this one, it is a thing of beauty. But if I may say something rather
58.
amusing, I look at someone like Bradley Brooks, and I think this is what Bradley Brooks is going to look like in 10 years.
100.
About
Jamie, you
10
require
stone wet through,
152.
brilliant dart player, and still playing at the Modus Super Series potentially. Although they could graduate to the Pro Tour, the both of them.
128.
Just to confirm, Bradley, that
Moreno, you
was
require
Paul that said that.
108.
I meant it in a good way.
48.
Well, Atkins returns a
Jamie,
double
you
12 to
require
double his
24.
lead in this contest.
What a marker.
Game shot on his second leg.
That's just a
Jamie
classy,
Atkins.
classy dart. And if someone, anybody in this industry who
Third
sits
leg,
in
it's
these
Jamie
chairs,
to throw
or
first.
other chairs for that matter,
Game on.
if they call you a classy dart player, that's about as good a compliment as you can pay someone. We are talking about someone who's played on the Pro Tour this year. He's been mixing it with some of the world's best. And that's got to be good experience at this stage of his career.
48.
He's in the same management stable as that of Danny Lauby, who's just graduated onto the Pro Tour, having played here,
97.
made it through to a Champions Week.
Well, if that's the case, if he spends a bit of time with Danny, he doesn't feel uncomfortable with the pace of this game then.
If anything, Moreno Blom's a little
134.
bit slower than Danny Lauby. I never thought I'd say Moreno Blom's slower than someone.
No, that's fair enough. But at this
42.
early stage, I mean, if Jamie goes bananas from here, it could actually be the halfway stage. How good have his treble 19s been so far?
54.
It's almost got a Mike Warburton feel to his throw and the way he goes about
100.
himself, just Jamie Atkins. It just feels so easy on the eye and so easy to watch.
Well, Jamie's just trying to figure out what he's got to do from here. And this is the right route.
95.
There's another treble 19. We are yet to see a 170 checkout this week. The best is
92.
152.
Jamie, you require 170.
We've got a couple of bites at the fish. Jamie's unable to reel it in. Can Blom reel it in? He had the fishing rod out the last
58.
time he was here,
Moreno, you require
trying to take the fish out.
170.
but he ain't going to go hook and line. And in fact, it's a bit of a stinker.
58.
Yeah,
Jamie, you
throw it
require
back.
112.
They are following each other right now. Who's going to get the first darter double to take this leg?
56. Moreno, you require 112.
Moreno could really use getting off the mark here. And that was for treble 18 to leave double 19.
38.
And it didn't go
Jamie,
to
you
plan.
require 56.
Jamie's conversion rate has been excellent so far. And he
Game shot on
remains
the third
visit
leg.
perfect in the
Jamie
game for
Atkins.
3-0. This is a decent performance.
Well, this is pretty much what
Fourth
you would
leg, it's
expect
Moreno
from
to
Jamie
throw
Atkins.
first.
The average 85, 3 from 5 on the doubles. It's solid. And that's basically how we are basing his game.
99.
Solid at this level is going to cause problems for many an opponent.
59.
What does someone like Jamie Atkins, or indeed Moreno, if he chooses to do so, what do they have to do
128.
well, what's the best way to put this? A next level player.
Their A games are there to be
59.
competitive. We see this from a lot of players in, and I think the best example of this is Andy Bolton, whose numbers for the year are very, very
134.
good, but they are just below that of the top 64 threshold. If you're averaging 91, 92 at this level, you're going to do damage. However, when you're in with the
100,
big
Moreno, you
shots who
require
can average more than you and
140.
will average more than you, that's where you get found wanting. The A game is not the issue. Everyone thinks, oh, your A game's got to be better. Your A game's got to be
40.
better. By and large, you've got to bring your B game up to a level which is more competitive. That's how you harbour that next level.
Yeah, bad game's got to be 90 on the Pro Tour.
171. Moreno,
That
you
treble
require
19 has
100.
been so good to Atkins. And now he's going to get a chance to win the match 4-0.
80. Jamie, you require 112.
This could be done in the space of 8.5 minutes. Quick fire.
Quick. Fire.
72.
First time he's missed a double at
Moreno,
a
you
visit.
require 20.
This is Blom's first dart at a double in this match.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds and
fourth leg.
fires the
Moreno
double
Blom.
5 to bring it back to 3-1. He forces Jamie Atkins to serve this one out.
Fifth leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
It's
Game
been a
on.
puzzling week for that young man so far. Monday was a good day for him. Tuesday, he must have shaken his head in the fact that he didn't play bad. He lost 5 games 4-3.
25.
And then Wednesday really did draw himself in a position. Probably was in pole position with a couple of games to go to be in the night session this evening.
100.
And then things fell apart towards the end. Lost that game against Simon Adams where he was 3-1 up, had 6 match darts to win, and then lost out in a last leg decider.
96.
I have a fear if it doesn't go to plan for Moreno, he may think this week may be a case of what might have been.
133.
I'm not going to judge him on today. I'm going to judge him on tomorrow. Because you and I both know he tends to play better in a group. Later in the group. It happened in Group A.
59.
It's happened on his debut in Group C.
Do you think he needs to play of edge? Because the reason I said it is A, what he does towards the back end of the
89.
groups, and B, look at where he's had his successes in the past. He has to play with something on the line.
I think he does. I don't necessarily think that this
120.
format suits him. I think he's an urgency player.
99.
That's not bad at all. Now he might bring us
139.
to 3-2.
Moreno, you require
If he
80.
doesn't, Jamie's going to get another chance to win the match. Double 10.
60.
Chance Atkins.
Jamie, you require 62.
To get over the line, missed a match start in the previous leg. He's going to get one more here. Well, he should have had one more here, but he's missed the big number, and then he's made a mess by
49.
hitting double
Moreno,
19.
you require
And so if
20.
he returns, he'll be coming back for 13. It might be unlucky for him,
15.
but it could be all over for
Jamie, you
Moreno.
require 30.
Oh, he's disgusted with this first game. And Jamie should feel disgusted with leaving 13, but he's got to put that to the back of his mind now and figure this out.
9.
Figure it out, he doesn't.
Moreno, you require 5.
Must be thinking go figure right now. Double 2 is what he wants. Moreno. And how does he find a way through? He
Game
finds
shot
it
of fifth
beautifully
leg. Moreno
to
Blom.
bring this game back to 3-2. Jamie Atkins now from 3-0 up has had match darts in 2 consecutive
Sixth
legs.
leg, it's Moreno
Lost the
to
pair,
throw first.
brought back to 3-2. Now Moreno Blom has the throw to take us the distance, and he kicks off with a max.
182.
Yeah, he's got 2. And remember, he started the match with 1. Are you a fan of 90s music, Henry? I know it was before you were born, before you say anything.
93.
I could be partial.
Do you remember a song called What's Going On?
Yes.
95.
I said-
That is in direct correlation to a result we've seen here this week. You know how it goes? It goes, hey, yeah. What's going on? You might think,
108.
what's got into this guy? Why is he bringing that up?
I'm wondering what's going on.
Well, what is going on in this game is that we've now seen
99.
Jamie Atkins get his first 180, but imagine if Moreno had won this by 3 legs. It would have been 4-1 Blom.
100.
Moreno wants
you require
127 to take us all the way
127.
to a deciding leg.
99.
It's very good.
Jamie, you require 128.
This would be better. Does he stay?
88.
He might not get a
you
chance
require 28.
to win 4-2. He was on the
No
walk on that
score.
one.
Jamie, you require
And now he
40.
offers a freebie to Atkins to win by 2 legs.
To finally get over the line. He's now had match darts in 3 legs in this match. Double 10.
Game shot
Finally
and the
goes,
match.
and Jamie Atkins finally gets over the line. He beats Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. From 3-0 down, Moreno made a match of it, brought it back to 3-2, but it was Atkins who got over the finishing line in the end. Solid performance, decent enough game. 85.44, 4 from 11 on the doubles. For Moreno, the scoring was okay, but it was 9 missed darts at a double. And that was his undoing. Coming up next, Martin Griz against Thomas Pax. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the break. Jamie Atkins got the better of Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. And so the 2 group favourites are up and running with wins. Now, Martin Grierson was the 3rd favourite to win Group C, whilst Thomas Banks was perhaps the interested fancy with myself and Paul Nicholson at 15-2 to go on and win this group. Grierson, well, once again back at the live lounge, the 41-year-old from Salisbury, called a finalist on the PDC Challenge, or playing some really good stuff locally as well as Martin. Taking on Thomas Banks, the 17-year-old from Sawbridgeworth, made the 4th round of the UK Open, did the Bulldog, took on Gerwyn Price on that particular day and on that particular occasion. But we study the odds and we have a look at our stats and our form guides. And when we looked at Thomas's numbers for the week, 86.29 for the course of the Group A, 33%
First
on
leg,
his doubles.
it's Martin to throw
You wouldn't
first.
then put him as
Game on.
15-2, 5th favourite out of 6 horses in a race to go on and win Group C.
Well, he isn't. That's the point. He's playing better this week than some of the players who have graduated
81.
to Group B or even winning the group in Group A. The numbers tell us a very good story.
93.
He's only 17. It's not as if he's going to have no gas left in the tank for the next couple of days. I'll be surprised if Banks is not around a qualifying position, let's say,
60.
by the end of round 2 tomorrow. That's how confident I am that this young man is going to have a decent time of it. He's at more 180s than
96.
anybody this week. He's got a better running average than anybody this week. His doubles are good, like you've mentioned. Somebody give me some evidence as to why he's the 5th favourite, because I can't see it.
Thomas, I think, be
100.
happy that he's under the radar a little bit.
58.
Rocking the canary yellow and green flights and top of the yellow and green shirt.
I wonder who his favourite Norwich player is.
140.
The fantastic Finn. That goal against Man City when they went up was a
100.
superb strike.
Martin, you require 120.
I just like saying his name. Pookie.
Well, Grierson's having a poke at the 120. They're going to climb the ladder. Tops is what he wants. Tops
Yeah,
is what he
shot on the
gets. So that's
first
some
leg.
way to
Martin
start for
Grierson.
Martin Grierson. And he has ton toppers like that in his locker in an abundance.
Second leg,
and he
it's Thomas
kickstarts
at
with
the
one
roof
here.
first.
He said he was playing some decent local stuff.
100.
That's a sign that he's A, playing well, and B, looks very comfortable because this is his 3rd visit here.
58.
Yeah, 3rd appearance
57.
here. Last time in Series 7. Prior to that, appeared in Series 3. Becoming a bit of a regular now, qualifying regularly through the ADC system. The ADC said, actually, that 120 is an
83.
appropriate finish for Martin Grierson because, do you remember last week, Connor Scott averaged 120?
94.
Indeed.
Well, that was on a Wednesday. The night before, Connor Scott went to a local competition, got dumped out in the first round by Martin Grierson.
So it's all his fault.
100.
Second best average we've seen here in Portsmouth from Connor Scott. But had he been perfect on the doubles,
96.
he would have demolished Daryl Pilgrim's record. It would have been over 127 if he'd been perfect on his doubles in that match. That's scary.
Well, if you take out Jeffrey de Grasse, 120, because it was in a doubles game for Sweden, it's the biggest performance, the biggest average we've seen in any game from any player on any stage that's been
68.
recorded this year.
Thomas, you require 154.
Until yesterday.
Until Gary Anderson decided to go a little bit nuts. We'll have a chat about
42.
that in the next leg. Congrats to Mr. L. Littler for adding another one to the collection.
Just a question of what he's going to win next. And at which point of this month.
83. Thomas, you require 112.
It's definitely the best season in PDC history when someone's on debut. How about tops?
72. Martin, you require 109.
Well, he's already had the 120, and he may need to take out the 109 if he's going to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. When it comes to this range, he is so deadly. Tots of Griz, and
89.
just pitched below. It wasn't
Thomas,
a
you
bad
require
die. Got the
40.
line, just went a bit below.
You can see how disappointed he is, and that's a good sign. Because he's expecting to hit shots like that.
Game shot on his second
That's
leg.
nice grinding
Thomas
from Banks. Could have easily lost that second leg. Just finds his way through to an equaliser.
Well, that summed up what we think about Thomas Banks in terms of the finishing. You give him a visit, he will not miss because he's 1 in 3 on the doubles.
Third leg. It's Martin to throw
Well,
first.
1-1
Game
in this
on.
contest. We get going with leg 3.
What did you make of Anderson's performance yesterday? Then that 123 plus average. He's now set 2 personal
60.
bests this year. And he's bettered the previous personal best by 6 points.
108.
Well, this is decent for Banks as well. But when you look at Gary Anderson's performance since this year, he's had 8 averages of above 110 across all competitions. But the maxis are beginning to fly in here. Really are beginning to fly in.
180.
Somebody get Jack Garwood a Strepsil. He might need one in a second. Thomas Banks. If he finds the 141, it'll be the 4th 9-darter of the year.
132.
Come on,
Thomas, you require
Thomas.
141.
You know you want to. Now he has to focus.
90.
Because there's a risk you might lose the leg.
Martin,
Because
you
Griz
require
has already taken out a 120,
120.
and in the previous leg, missed Tots of the 109. The 129 is what he's aiming at now. May just be a poke at the bull. And it is going to be a poke at the bull. He almost got the bull.
95. Thomas, you require
That would have been
51.
an impeccable leg. Well, it's going to be 17 leaves double 17?
Game
Well,
shot
that
on
may be the
third
weirdest
leg.
12 darter you've
Thomas
ever seen.
Banks.
At least it's a win.
Fourth
Just
leg.
wondering what
It's
went
Thomas
on
to throw
there.
first.
He missed the single
Game on.
11 by a mile. But he fixed it. But why? Why
137.
did he go downstairs? He's got 37 left. What's he going for?
I think we put it down to one of those
100.
moments where maybe the mind either wondered or the prognosis was 17 double 10.
There's no way he's going 19
59.
double 9. I mean, nobody in their right mind would do that.
Well, Simon Adams nearly tried to go 25 double 19 a second or two ago.
Was he going treble 3 double 14?
59.
It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, moving on. Yes, Littler, 7 titles this year in 7 different months.
92.
And he's got 5 more titles than Gary Anderson this year, who's playing the darts of his life. Scary stuff. And if anything happens at the Pro
100.
Tour in Milton Keynes today, we'll keep you up to date with that. But isn't it great to see 2 young stars
59.
shining in 2 different venues about 100 miles apart?
Do you want me to give you the scariest thing about yesterday? His lowest average was 96.47.
Thomas, you
It's not a
require
shock.
154.
I
64.
think it just goes to show
Martin,
if you
require
give someone
142.
the right place to play, they can show you what they can do. And after taking that ton plus check out in the first leg, Grayson is now on the back foot.
20. Thomas, you require 90.
Well, this is a 3-1. May get a dart ball, but that was a perfect guy for the treble. It's double 5.
85.
Just pitched below. Just felt
Martin,
a little
you
bit
require
rushed.
122.
Watch out for his third darts over the course of his 5 matches today. This week they've been just a little low. This time, Martin doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
90. Thomas, you require 5.
He hasn't got the maths wrong this time. He's got to reset. And look
Shot
what
of full
happens
flag. Thomas
when
Banks.
he reset on the third dart there. That was a much better third dart shot. And it gives him a
Fifth flag.
3-1
It's Martin
advantage.
to throw first. Game on.
I was analysing his throw yesterday, and he just tends to jump a little bit on that third dart, and he can release it a little bit too late. But right there, when he stepped off, and he threw that dart much more like a first dart,
100.
it was a much better shot.
Banks in control of this encounter now, has it in his hands.
46.
But round 2 gets underway, and we'll see Simon Adams and Jamie Atkins kickstart that. Banks against Campbell, Blom against Grierson.
Adams against
85.
Atkins. That sounds like an old England encounter, doesn't it, with Martin and... Martin? Which one, though? They've both played for England.
108.
Which Martin Atkins?
Yeah, Wigan or Yorkshire. Too many Martins. Too many Atkins.
100.
Well, this is going to be a finish left, isn't it?
105.
And there's no better way to finish a match than a 170. Ask Colin Lloyd. Just a shade. Under 20 years since he won the match play.
140.
Can you
Thomas,
do it,
require
Thomas?
170.
That would have been the first one of the week.
70. Martin, you
So
require
Grierson to
76.
pull this game back to 3-2. The chances he's had have been one in hand all game long, and the trend will continue here.
36.
Cannot convert the tops like
Thomas,
he could
you
on the
require
120.
100.
And Banks looking to finish off with a ton. 2 darts at tops. Great dart 1. 2 10s. And again,
95.
south on
Martin,
dart
you
3.
require 40.
Yesterday, he had a shot at double 10 and hit double 15.
Game shot.
Now
on
he's
the
got to
fifth
do
flag.
all that yard
Martin
work
Griffin.
again to try and give himself his first win in his first match, which would be a better start than he had on
Sixth
Monday.
flag. It's
He had
Thomas
to
to
wait
throw
until
first.
game 5
Game on.
the first day of the week to get his first 2 points. You've got to stress that can't happen today.
96.
Imagine the life of Banks over the last couple of years.
108.
Been coming through the ranks. I know I'm not going into some sort of crazy poem. But he's got young friends who
100.
know that he plays darts, and they see that he's been knocking around with Littler and some of these other young stars. I wonder where he's going to be in 5 years.
Wonder where we'll be in 5 darts time.
180.
Well, Thomas Banks teased us of it a few seconds ago, and Martin Grierson's on the 9 now.
162.
What
Martin,
a
you
leg
require
this is.
141.
This is turning into a proper game of darts. Second time in the match that the 9 has been threatened. But 143 is now to
100.
take the
Thomas,
match
you require 143.
for this young man for his second 12 darter.
Grierson's really up the levels here. His average is just over 98.
Well, if Thomas knows something from this
93.
week,
Martin, you require 41.
it's how it feels averaging high 90s and losing. He still has the biggest average of the week of 99.66 in a match that he lost. Oh, look, another missed single, which is going to lead to us going to 3-3. Just you wait and see.
Game shot on a sixth
Indeed
flag.
it will.
Martin Grierson.
Well, put it this way. We could have played a maximum of
Seven from
21
final
legs in
leg.
the
It's
first
Martin
3
to throw
matches of our
first.
day. We have
Game
played
on.
20 of them. That's the scoring power pack. Yeah, go try and make sense of that.
Martin's got 15, Thomas has got 9. But
125.
we've got 6 maximums in their first game. That's encouraging. And it does mean that Banks is on 28 for the week.
96.
That's the reason why Martin has a 7-point gap in terms of the averages. 97 compared to 90. And in terms of the checkout ratio, 50%, 3 from 6. And a lot of the opportunities Martin's
85.
got, even though he's got the superior scoring in the game, they've been pop chances, haven't they? One dart and a double at the end of a combination, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, wherever you look, the stats are pretty good. It's now a question of who's got the final product. And it's another one.
180.
That could be the telling factor.
117.
He had to go for that. He had to go for that 57.
111.
To try and leave the 2-darter. He could indeed have gone to the 60 to try and leave something a tiny bit ahead of 100.
86.
Well, the bullseye would have been some
Thomas, you
recovery
require
effort considering dart 1
154.
straight into the single one. Banks is going to win it with a 154, and so Grierson will return for the 25
99.
to come back from
Martin, you
behind and pick
require
up the win.
25.
That was a curious last dart. If he'd hit the 60, he would have left 15. Martin's left 16.
9.
And he might not win this match
Thomas, you
after all.
require 55.
And so Banks has had to wait in the background and hope for a miss from his opponent. That came. And now when match starts come for him,
Game
he
shot
pins
and
the
the match.
double 10
Thomas
to
Banks.
squeeze over the line in a high quality contest. Both players threatened the 9 at one point in the contest. Banks went 7 in, Grierson went 6 in, but it is in leg 7 where Banks picks the points up. A high quality affair. Grierson losing despite an average in excess of 96 and 33% on the doubles. He kickstarted with the 120 out, but it's Banks who prevails. Coming up next, Adams and Atkins. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Thomas Banks get past Martin Grierson by 4 legs to 3. Myself, Henry Deacon, in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson for all the afternoon's action here at the live lounge here Portsmouth. In Game 4, seeing Simon Adams and Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe. 2 winners in the first round. Adams getting the better of Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 3, whilst Jamie Atkins beat Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. Both players playing okay in their games as well, but you would expect Jamie to be the favourite going into this contest. And actually, when you have a look at what the odds compilers say, he's 4-9 on compared to the 13-8 of Simon.
I can get behind that. He didn't make things easy for himself against Moreno Blom, though. That got a little bit sticky at the end. What is it that Rowan Atkinson said in Blackadder goes forth? Like a stick insect stuck on a
First
sticky
leg,
bun.
it's Simon to throw first.
That's how we felt at the
Game
end.
on.
But he did get the win. If you're Simon, things have got to improve. If he wants to make Saturday for the second consecutive time, it's going to have to be really good from here. He cannot
100.
always rely on his opponents coming back towards his standard and relying on trying to get through games by 4 legs to 3. He's got 9 remaining games.
84.
How many of those is he going to have to win to make Saturday, do you think?
12 to 14 points is seemingly the marker now for P2, particularly 14. You're very unlucky to miss out
81.
on 14. So I think he can only drop 2 more, I'd say.
Yeah, that sits alongside Matthew Edgar's rule of 3.
85.
However, I will caveat, it could be a week where you could get through with 4 defeats. It could be a 12-point group. So just because of the fact that you actually look at it on paper, you would say that there's a possibility that anyone can beat anyone.
I think that's true. I think there's every likelihood that Group
55.
C will be very similar to Group A. That's the first dart that Jamie Atkins is looking for. So we can plant the next one right into
100.
it. And walking away with a ton, he will be disappointed. Now, walk me through this logo on the back of his shirt. Don't get me wrong, it's very attractive and very novel. And I'm sure it's something to do with JA, his initials.
47.
But it looks like a mathematical puzzle. Looks like one of those yoppie toys that they used to put on their desks and it would just go flailing around. You know the one I'm talking about?
87.
Looks like something Channel 4 would have used for one of their logos in previous times.
You can watch darts on plenty of different channels, but primarily here on the Super Series YouTube channel, where if you subscribe, there's plenty of other
24.
bonus
Jamie
content
require
available.
145.
You can watch our highlights package, and this could be a highlight right here, the 145. But it's not going to be taken out. I was looking for treble 19 with dart 2 to leave double 14 with dart 3.
71.
You can also catch our chat about Adrian Lewis from a couple of days ago. Talking about Adrian's new deal with Modus Sports Management and the fact that he may
43.
look to play at the
Jamie
Modus Super
requires
Series next year.
74.
Solid first start, solid second. How's his third?
54.
Unfortunately, not the
Simon, you
best of the
require
3.
151.
Well, this is just a safe throw. He's left himself 151 after 18 darts, but it could well be an escapology act for Simon Adams, but he's not going to find the treble 17 with dart 2, and so
137.
Atkins will come back for double 10,
Jamie
and
requires
he's going
20.
to be under pressure to do so.
We are seeing some peculiar approach shots today. Why would you
No
leave
score.
double 7 on purpose
Simon, you require 14.
with 3 darts? This one escapes me. However, if he finds it, he
Game shot on the
escapes
first
leg 1 with a
Simon
lead.
Adams.
Well, in it goes, and
Second
Adams
leg
leads
is
1-0
Jamie
in
to
a
throw
leg that,
1st. Game on.
realistically, had no right to win.
100.
Realistically, he had no right to win. 100.
100.
100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100.
Jamie, you mentioned earlier, has been playing
91.
as a substitute player for the Pro Tour because of his Challenge Tour position. Give me 3 names at this early stage, because it's August now, it's the second half of the year. Give me 3 names of tour card holders that you expect to see here next year.
26.
Well, Steve Beaton. I mean, that's a cop-out answer, admittedly.
No, it's a great answer.
39.
Ian Diamond White possibly could be dropping off.
Did you just say White?
Yeah, I went for...
As in
what's that?
Cool Whip.
Yes.
Ian White, okay. Now there's someone who
60.
could thrive here. And your next answer?
Next answer would
96.
be Graham Usher.
I think it's a very solid selection.
Well, put it this way. There's just having a look at the tour card race. Outside the 64, as things stand, and things change all the time, of course. Jeffrey Desvar, Mike Kivenhoven, Daniel
36.
Closer are the first 3. Mensa Suljevic is provisionally placed 69th for the end of the year.
Let me tell you something. I don't think Sulevic plays here if he loses his card.
Gets it straight back.
That, or he decides to do
40.
something else.
Vincent van der Voort's outside. Roby John Rodriguez is outside. Keegan Brown, who's been commentating here, is outside.
Top my list, if he doesn't get his card back,
95.
Robert Owen.
Oh.
Someone who loves this place.
140.
And Jamie loves that. He needs to get on the horse right now, because the last thing you want to do is make things difficult for yourself. He could have been 1-0 up. Because he isn't.
41.
He's
Jamie,
got
you
to chase for a little bit,
95.
then settle into that mid-80s and beyond style of game, which he can replicate
59.
for months on end. He's just got to do it for a couple of days here and time his shots right, and I think he qualifies. But with darts, it's always an if. There are no guarantees.
I want to have a bit of a broader chat about
135.
this in the next leg.
Jamie,
But first things
require
first,
36.
Atkins is looking at double 18 to square up at 1-1.
Game shot on
Pins
his
it.
second leg.
First
Jamie
time of
Atkins.
asking, one apiece in this contest. You know, there's also another thing for players of maybe the likes of Jamie Atkins, the likes
Third
of Scott
leg.
Campbell.
It's Simon to throw
When you
first.
consider the caliber of player
Game
that's
on.
dropping off the Pro Tour, when you consider the caliber of players that could be playing here next year, on top of the other established big names and other established players who we now come
55.
to expect to see. For a lot of players that may be expecting appearance every single series, that may not become the case from the beginning of 2025, and maybe that role of the ADC qualifying system could be more important for players than it's ever been
26.
before.
I see what you're saying. I think in order to guarantee your participation in the next series, if you want to be a regular competitor,
100.
we might be approaching a point where you need to win a week. Or possibly make the final or the semi-finals on a Saturday night. And if you don't, you're running the risk of not getting a spot in the next series. You know how they used to do it Lakeside? If you made the semis,
108.
you'd be in the next year. We might be approaching something like that. Well, Adams hasn't been struggling in the old 180 department today. He's got himself a couple of them.
140.
But even he couldn't leave a finish from 3-4-6.
Would you be against, maybe not a full 13-week series like this, but if we played, for example, a mini series where every player that played in that had to qualify their way through? So there's a meritocracy.
134.
It would take some operation to get that done. Because how many players do you need for 12 qualifying weeks?
144.
And that's just the people who
85.
qualify.
Simon, you require
How many players would
32.
then you need to run the operation? Thousands. I'm not sure.
I think there'd be more maybe if we had like a split-up series at some point along the line. But Adams here looking at 32 for a 2-1 lead.
No score.
Cannot find it.
Jamie, you
And so
require
Atkins will
110.
return for the 110 for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
51 for tops.
50. Simon, you require 32.
It's a bit scruffy, this game. It probably feels that way because of the brilliance of what we saw in Game 3.
On a third
But
leg,
it is 2 on
Simon
Adams.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes Simon reminds me of that guy from that old 70s show called
140.
Kung Fu. Just walking around the desert, solving problems, and he's just living in his own little world. And it's a world of positivity. Nothing bothers him.
We could all do with a daily
39.
dosage of Simon Adams. Just his energy, his aura, and the way that he looks at the world. And genuinely, I spoke to Simon, spent some time with him
77.
yesterday, and I've met a lot of people in my life, and particularly doing the job that we do. And genuinely, I don't think I've ever met somebody with
45.
an outlook on the world quite like him. Genuinely.
And what that does is it proves just how valuable travelling can be.
80.
You stay in somewhere like the UK, and I'm going to use this as an example. Stay in the UK your entire life, you might think, I'm going to learn lots of things. But if you travel to other
60.
parts of the world, you're going to learn a lot more. Go to Japan, go to South Africa, go to Peru, go to North America. You'll learn an awful lot about different cultures and
60.
learn from people from other countries. Take the positivity that someone like Simon Adams brings to this place and use it.
$140. Jamie, you require
Just creeping up on Jamie in this leg. I'm going to take out the 144 to level up at 2-2.
32.
Doesn't give much away, does Jamie? Which is a good attribute to have in this sport. He's going to get company in the finishing zone now. That's a brilliant visit.
140. Jamie, you require 112.
Forcing Atkins to take out this 112. Jamie was in control of this leg, but he's let it slip. One dart at tops.
92.
Cannot rescue the situation.
Simon, you require
And so Adams
77.
comes back for 77 for the break-in 3-1.
And his finishing's been pretty decent. 2 hits from 6. If it's just a tiny bit more polished, he can have a 3-1 lead.
Gage
And that's
on a
what he
full
gets.
Flag, Simon Adams.
Is he adding something else to the celebration? So we started with
Fifth
just the
flag, it's
hands.
Simon to throw first.
Then we had a little bit of a wave, and now he's adding a bit of a kiss to it. Is it like how they slowly created the
Game
moves
on.
to the Macarena?
I'll take your word for that. Or maybe he's just got some really nice smelling hand cream on. Let's face it, it's not
100.
a performance where he's been blitzing Jamie Atkins. Jamie has retracted back to where Simon usually plays, which is mid-70s. That's why he's 3-1 in front.
91.
And that's the reason why Adams won his first game by 4 legs to 3. Because Campbell couldn't put him away.
$80.
Simply put, Henry, if Adams wins 3 games today,
60.
3 games tomorrow, do you think he qualifies on 12 points?
Depends on legs difference.
That's not a yes or a no. Take the politician's answer out of it. Give me a yes or a no.
66.
Probably not because of legs difference.
And yet we still didn't get a yes or no answer. It's like I've just asked Henry Deacon the square root of 3,153,000. Yes or no? I think it's a yes. I think 12 points will get second spot.
26.
Because I can see a lot of people winning 3 matches and 2 on the other day. And that's only tantamount to 10 points.
95.
We've already seen this week Adams win 3 games on Tuesday, and he was playing at this kind of level. It might happen again.
137.
Well, Atkins, I feel like this is a game that
Jamie,
he
you
is
require 130.
let go, let slip, let go by if he goes down to Adams in this encounter, and he's not going to get a poke of the ball on the back of the 130.
94.
And so Adams is going to
Simon,
come
you
back for
require
92 here to set a 4-1 win, his second win of the day.
I think that was for treble 12 because on 72 this week, he has been going for the 36-36 approach.
Jamie, you require 36.
Speaking of which,
Game shot on a fifth
that's the
leg.
shot that brings
Jamie
us to
Atkins.
3-2.
Would you like the answer to the square root of what you just asked me?
Sixth leg. It's
What did I
Jamie
say?
to throw first.
3,153,000.
Yeah, well, I've just had a
Game on.
text.
All right, Jim White.
The square root is 1,775.67.
Thrilling.
140.
I just plucked that number out of thin air. I didn't actually pick it with the answer in mind. But if it had been somewhat dart related, I would have been very impressed.
60.
Anyway, Atkins getting a reprieve in the last leg and now looking to kick on. Remember, we have played every leg bar 1 so far today.
Here we go again,
58.
just like Tuesday.
I wonder what the record number of legs is in a combined C and B day at the Super Series. Because Scott Mitchell
41.
is a self-confessed king of 4-3s. And he's already said that he's going to make it hard work because he always does here.
Well, we had 96 legs on Tuesday, didn't we?
133.
That's the most that I can remember in a daily campaign. Is it just for one group, though?
Remember we had something stupid like 65 out of 70 legs in a Group B before.
60. Jamie, you
I
require
remember that one.
170.
This should be memorable. Jamie?
138.
I'm not going to boo him.
Pragmatic. And he's worked his way back into this contest. He's worked himself
100.
back into a
Jamie, you
contest which he
require
originally
32.
had full control of, but he let go by. 2 from 7 on the
Game shot
doubles
on a
makes that
sixth leg. Jamie
3 from 8.
Atkins.
And now we're back level at 3 apiece. And somebody's O's got to go. And we're going to go the
7
distance.
from final leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Before we go deep into this last leg, do you want to hear something rather unusual from someone who has won a week here at the Modus Super Series before? Adam Warner has
28.
completed a game against Gary Anderson in the first round of the Players' Championship in Milton Keynes. He has beaten the Flying Scotsman 6-5 and the 5th seed Ando averaged
81.
102.5. That is arguably the biggest win of Adam Warner's career.
It's only his second Pro Tour win of the year.
45.
I hope he didn't celebrate the way that he did when he won his week here. Otherwise, Gary's not going to be happy about that.
Well, luckily it's behind closed doors in Milton Keynes then.
Yeah, not a good day for the likes of
39.
Joe Cullen, Raymond van Barneveld, Anderson, Ricardo Pietreczko, Daryl Gurney, all of the seeds that have gone so far. I'll keep you up to date with what's going on in MK. As far as this one's concerned, it is very much level pegging.
100.
Jamie's still looking for his first max in this match.
95.
And the only lead he can create is half a dart. Which for me, because I know there's a lot of people watching this who listen to some of the vernacular that I use, half a dart is around 30. Being 1 dart ahead
100.
is roughly 60 points It's what you can score with one dart. And now, as you can see, Jamie Atkins is a dart behind.
96.
And now he creates a half a dart lead. This is very much like a greyhound race going into the last few hundred metres.
And it looks like it's just going to be
30.
one leg too far for Simon Adams. And so Atkins, 6 darts and 190 to get over the line and to make it 2 wins with 2. And looking to put the hammer home.
98.
I like that switch a lot. Think about if he goes for the 60 there to try to be aggressive. What does he get for it? He might even have a dart on the floor. I think that switch was super intelligent.
45. Jamie, you require 92.
So 92 for the match for Jamie Atkins. 91 for the match for Jamie Atkins.
32.
We'll come back if he
Simon,
comes
you
back with a
require
couple of darts at tops,
153.
unless Adams has a showpiece finish in the locker to finish, of which he hasn't.
People have been missing match darts against him this
28.
week.
Jamie, you require 60.
But Atkins needed to break in this last leg. First, he needs to leave the double, which he does.
Game shot.
And he gets
and
rid
the
of it
match,
at the
Jamie
first time of
Atkins.
asking this time. So we have 4 players on 2 points going into match number 5. Jamie Atkins is off the mark, and the Saint is going to have to settle for 2 points from his first couple of runs of action. This is what we've just seen. It was a bit of a scruffy affair, but we have seen Adams predominantly in the 70s here this week. Atkins with a tidy performance, let's put it that way. So when we go forward to match number 5, it's Banks against Campbell.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat.
What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum. But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Game shot. and
Only
the match,
needs the
Cam
one.
Crabtree. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh
and the
Smith,
match,
is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
Oh,
match,
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He was nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have played after 28 legs, 27 of them. And in our latest 4-3 thriller, we saw Jamie Atkins get the better of Simon Adams. And so, Who's going to win 4-3 in this one between Thomas Banks and Scott Mitchell? Paul?
Time will tell. But I did misspeak at the end of the last game. I said that 4 players on 2 points. I forgot that Jamie Atkins won his first game, so I do apologise about that. Foot in mouth for the asset. So foot back on the floor and foot to the floor, hopefully for Scott Campbell, who lost his first game 4-3. Well, Banks, he won his game against Grayson 4-3, and that's the best game of the day by a margin.
Game on.
One of the things I like about watching Thomas play is that he looks like a 17-year-old kid who's having fun. And that's exactly what it should be like.
Yeah, Thomas is here with his
43
dad this week. And very much he's got the right people in his corner. When you've got somebody like Steve West who is giving you tutelage, and you know Steve very well, Steve will make sure you do the right things properly and will not be afraid to say in any uncertain terms the home truths that are needed at points.
That's so true. I've had the joy of sitting with Steve for many years.
140.
Sharing golf courses with him and talking about different tours and experiences. Now there is someone, when he's fully fit, I am looking forward to seeing him back.
81.
But he has helped
require
other young talent. He was actually a very good tutor for Jared Cole, wasn't he? Early in his career, and he hasn't done too badly.
44.
Good spotter.
I like how you put that before good dart player. You can handle that later, Deacon.
He had a couple of good games at the Lakeside, didn't he?
47. Thomas, you require 84.
I think he's done a bit more than that. Double top. And yet again, when he has that step off on dart 3, he finds the mark, just like a key double one.
Second leg.
In his first match of the day.
First. Game on.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, Banks knows what he's hitting, and he's 1-0 to the good. And at the minute, you'd have to say, on the basis of evidence that we've seen thus
96.
far, is beginning to bring up to be the player of the group so far.
Based on what we've seen, and based on what we were talking about at the start of the show, those odds were wrong. Because it does look like Thomas Banks is the biggest threat in this group.
100.
Well, if they were stupid before, they're imbecilic now.
One of his practice partners is currently 5-5 with Barry Van Pierre on 41. The Pro Tour. And that's a place that Thomas Banks wants to go to at some point. But my advice to him would be,
92.
Alongside George and alongside Steve West, his other mentors, just take it easy. You don't have to make it to the tour by the time you're 17, 18. Give it time. You've got the development tour. You've got this place. You've got 99. Other things you can do. Gain experience and do it when it's right for you.
A player at Thomas's age, could it be so easy to fall into the peer pressure trap when you consider what Mr. Little is doing right now?
Yeah, definitely. There were other young players that came along after Wayne Rooney. Where are they now? Just because one person succeeds doesn't
60.
mean everybody does.
Thomas, you require 73.
14. And look at the single. It's low.
33. Scott, you require 80.
Campbell's got to get a hold of a leg. Didn't play that great in his first game. And he needs something to click. He's decided to go left here.
60. Thomas, you require 40.
I think there was an argument for right-hand side there.
Gabe Shaughner's second.
Doesn't matter anymore,
Thomas
does it?
Banks.
Banks is 2-0 up.
Averaging 96.97 in his first game, averaged
Third leg,
91.61.
it's Thomas
He has
to throw
found
first.
a good
Game on.
level, and he is sticking at it at this present moment in time.
My word, that first start has been very good.
108.
And he is the best 180 shooter of the week. It's not even close.
The only reason he's in this group is because of a slow start on Monday.
108.
If it was a two-day Group A, he would have been close to winning it.
Very true. He was 2 points to the good on Monday.
91.
But there was a point yesterday where he could have gone into a qualifying spot. He just couldn't do the right things at the right times. But let's say that on Monday he didn't get 2 points and he
81.
got 6. What would the effect have been
60.
on the next 2 days, I wonder? Do you think Banks would have won the group if he'd had 6 points on Monday? Because I do.
He would have been, if it was a two-day Group A on Tuesday and
100.
Wednesday,
So much
level on
required,
12 points with Stefan
170.
Hendrick at the top of that group.
Well, that's just plain weird.
58. Scott, you require 140.
2 treble 20s and double 10, the ideal route. And now that he's not taking it, he is being backed into the corner by his younger opponent.
55. Thomas, you require 112.
112 for Banks. Excellent dart at treble 18. Tops is what he
72.
wants, but this time it goes
Scott, you
high.
require 85.
He's taking the sting out of the game. This is how he plays. 2 14s. Massive dart.
71.
He knew that wasn't
Thomas,
hitting
you
as
require
soon as he let it
40.
go.
Tots for Banks
Game
for a
shot on
3-0
the third
lead.
leg. Thomas Banks.
I'm going to blow your mind.
Fourth
Be my
leg. It's
guest.
Scott to throw first.
If
Game
Group
on.
A was played on Tuesday and Wednesday exclusively, the player that won the group, Conor Heenahan, would have finished 4th.
I'm not surprised by that, and I don't think Connor would be surprised by that at all. He admitted to you
97.
yesterday after game 14 that he didn't play that well.
96.
But Group A is a 3-day group.
Yeah, heads down to the grandmother wheels and bike scenarios, doesn't it? Thomas Banks, of course, number 1 in the ADC Championship Tour
125.
Order of Merit, hoping to be back here in December for the Global Championship and for the
57.
Tour Championship finals that the ADC are putting on in the autumn. The top 8 players in that Order of Merit, which concludes this weekend after events at Broadmoor Farm in Aylesbury, will be here for a Tour Championship finals in the autumn.
95.
The 8 players currently that would be here are Banks, Gary Stone, Joe Crow, Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks, Charlie Martin, Neil Duff and Darryl Pilgrim. Now, that wouldn't be a
140.
bad lineup, would it?
Yeah, it's not bad at all. But I think what's on the minds of players like that is they would love to be the first person to win such a tournament.
43.
I think you should switch here. Wow, what a
100.
dart that is.
Scott, you require 141.
That was a great shot. The odds stated that going to an open bed was going to be better, but he found the 60 anyway, and now he's going to get a look at 108 to win 4-0.
63. Thomas, you require 108.
Stayed there, persevered with the treble
56.
despite dart 1
Scott,
going
you
low.
require
Could have had the
78.
option of treble 16 with dart 2, but Campbell will return for 78 to bring it back to 3-1. Treble 14, double 16 might be the play here with 74 in hand. Debates his options.
Just do a Van Gerwen here, 60 double 7. He did it in the match play final.
38. Thomas, you
Banks can
require
win the match by
52.
4 legs to zip.
42. Scott, you
The
require
pulled
40.
doubles come back to cost Banks again, and so Campbell will return to get a leg on the board. He'll force Banks to serve it out. There's been some wild darts at a double from him today. He's going to get one more in his hand at double 16. And then
Gage
no
on at
mistake
fourth
at all
leg.
on the
Scott
southwest
Campbell.
side of the board. Brings it back to 3-1. Banks has to serve it out.
Can you
Fifth
notice the
leg.
players
It's Thomas to throw first.
shifting their
Game
shirts
on.
and their shoulders quite a bit? It's quite warm in here today.
100.
This is where really good dart shirts come into their own. It's not about the design, it's about the fabric. A lot of them these days are made of waste plastic bottles. I was speaking to a shirt manufacturer
131.
about 6 months ago, talking about fabrics, and it's really interesting what they're starting to do. They're using waste products now, which are
100.
very sustainable. Yeah, a lot of these shirts are used by manufacturers from old plastic bottles now, which I think is a really good initiative. But if they're not breathable, you're going to struggle in these conditions. And there's a very famous sportswear brand. I'm not going to say which
57.
one it is, but their HQ is in Baltimore, in America, and they don't call themselves a sportswear brand.
Just
what-
do it. Just name them.
Do you know what? No, they're based in Oregon. Do you know what they say their title is in the world?
140.
Material engineers.
Scott Campbell's looking to engineer a comeback here, but that maxi from Banks
Scott, you
has
require 90.
possibly put some doubt into that, although he is going to get first poke of the 90. Maybe a dart at the ball, but that first dart's gaping for trouble to find. It bent the wire with dart 2. And so
Game
Banks
shot on the fifth leg. Scott
will
Campbell.
not come back because Campbell's pinned the bull.
No, he's definitely happy that he didn't hit the treble
Sixth
for double
leg.
five.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We're going to have to rebrand the Modus Super Series as the Get Your Money's Worth for All of the Legs You'll See series.
$91.
For those of you wondering, Group B will begin right after the last leg of Group C.
$100.
Well, that one was touching the sisal. To the relief of Thomas Banks.
Almost a Barry Vampire moment.
100.
Luckily for Banks, it was in.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
93.
Yeah, it just goes to show what kind of responsibility the referee has on the stage. It's not just calling scores.
60.
They've got an awful lot to do. I firmly believe that here at the Modus Super Series, that's the hardest job of anybody.
41.
We've got a very good custodian in Jack Garwood who does a terrific job here at the Modus Super Series. Not just a very,
71.
very good referee, but very good at a number of different roles as well within different aspects of the sport.
140.
The fact that we are in leg 6 and Banks is still averaging 94.5 tells you where his game is at right now. There is nobody else
59.
in this group
Thomas,
playing
you
as well
require
as he is.
127.
Bullseye.
102.
The wire is clipped for the win.
Scott, you require
And if Campbell
120.
gets out of jail again, he might cause problems for Thomas in leg 7.
Tops to take us the distance. above the wire it goes.
Thomas, you required.
And so Banks will get another chance to win this game. 2 in his hand at double 8.
Game shot.
And the chance is
match,
taken, and
Thomas
it's 2
Banks.
wins from 2 for Thomas Banks, who is playing the darts of the group so far. Average of 92.5, 4 for 9 on the doubles. He is putting down a real statement to the rest of the field. As for Scott Campbell, the group favourite, well, he's 2 defeats from 2. That's the tail of the tape. We're off for a break. It's Blom, Griz now.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that pie face dominated throughout.
We are seeing a lot of legs today, and it's anything but easy now. Because game number 6 will be Blom against Grayson, 2 players who did suffer defeats in round number 1. But, interestingly, we have announced over the last day or 2 that we are going to have another influencer event. First one was very popular. A rambunctious Sunday here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge, and we're going to have another one. And we've already announced a couple of the influencers taking part in the second one, so get to the social channels to see what's going on. And when we add more names into the pot, we will let you know.
It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Now, Blom at the hockey needs to get cracking. Can't afford a really slow start. And he definitely can't afford, Henry, a day like Tuesday.
Because he will effectively be out with a day to spare.
Don't try that at home. If you drop a dart, let it hit the floor.
40.
Get the feeling Martin's done that before.
In terms of Martin's game against Thomas Banks, it's the
42.
highest quality game of the day, and that's by a fair margin. 96.37 was his average. 3 from 9 on his doubles. Took out a 120 start. Had 4 maxis in that game. Played very well in that first match. However, because we've had a lot of games go deep, it's been, well, the best part of 3/4 of an hour since we've seen him last.
86.
Probably been the best part of an hour since we last seen Moreno. losing out to Jamie Atkins, and that's mainly because of Simon Adams. Now,
95.
He has played 89% of legs available to him this week.
59.
That's just greedy. It's not on purpose. He'd much rather play 4-0, 4-1 all the time and getting the win. But I get the
59.
feeling, judging by a lot of the games that I've seen Simon play, I'm not sure his opponents are comfortable playing against him.
44.
I don't think the pace suits most of the players, and they're being too nice. It's not that I'm saying that they're being too nice to Simon, but we had the conversation yesterday that it's really difficult to beat someone who is so nice. Not the first time he's done that. You might think, well, what's he doing?
28. Martin, you require
He went for
72.
251s for 34. He was trying to do everything on the 17s. Because he believes that was the only shot he was going to get.
He might be right, he might be wrong.
47.
He was wrong in thinking it was his only chance as Grierson spurns the ball. And so Blom back for double four. Makes no mistake that time. Blom up 1-0. And it was a slow start for Moreno, which was his undoing in that game against Jamie Atkins.
Game on.
Jamie raced into a 3-0 lead in that contest. Moreno put it back to 3-2. But Atkins running out the victor in the end.
140.
I work with a few colleagues in darts who
140.
have something in common. They don't like dart shirts with dartboards on them. They think it's just a bit on the nose. How do you feel about that?
Wait, put it this way, you don't see a football team
100.
with a football on their shirt, do you?
Are there any clubs that have a football in their logo?
93.
Not specifically, if you get what I mean.
Well, if anybody's going to know, it's going to be you. You've got a very deep bat cave of knowledge of pointless football clubs.
I'm not counting
57.
like, you know, like sometimes you can have a little football logo on the bottom of the logo or something. I'm not counting that. That doesn't count, in my opinion.
No, I know what you mean.
62.
But it's a bit like having a football right on the front.
Somebody like an Ascot United might do.
I knew you were going to bring up something random.
95.
You can see what Martin's trying to do with his darts. He's trying to stack them on top of each other. But what that visit proves is that he can do it the other way as well.
96. Martin,
Cambridge United.
109.
What about them?
They have a football on their shirt. On their badge.
Oh, the football team of... Is it Max Rushton?
Yes.
77. Moreno, you require 110.
10 for Blom to double his lead. He's going to get a dart in his hand. A double 16. Pins the double 16 for the 110 and for a 2-0 lead. The Dutchman looking to arrest match one very quickly.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
I like the way that Blom's playing
92.
this game. It's almost as if he refuses to lose because he was so cheesed off at losing his first game to Jamie Atkins.
140.
Funny enough, a country he's from that is very famous for their cheese.
48.
At the end of this one, he doesn't want to say, damn, I lost again. That's a good ton there from Martin. Puts him that score in front.
31.
But he's going to have to do brilliant things from here. Very much akin
Jack 33.
to what he did in his first game scoring-wise. He had 4 maximums and still lost 4-3 to Banks, who is now the player of the day.
There's a reason I actually know about that, because I went to
95.
Cambridge last year. I was reporting on a game and they gave every member of the press a free pie, and on that pie they had the club logo on it, and on the logo a massive football.
Now, it's got the initials, hasn't it? Of CU. That's what Darren Webster uses at a pool hall.
98.
A coup.
A very nice pie as well. It was chicken and leek.
I make better.
Pie for tomorrow?
They're already made. They're in the freezer.
Beautiful.
You want to get one?
118. Martin, you require 68.
68 for Griz and half the arrears.
Well, is that flight in the way? It wasn't, you know. I like the way he scoots to the left to try and find the angle, but this is almost 76 in reverse.
37.
Well, that's the risk, isn't it?
Martin, you require
You get the
16.
singles, you're more likely to have the flight in the way on the single 20. Dream marker on 8. And now it's even better.
Game shot on
Oh,
a
he uses
third
it
leg.
perfectly.
Martin Grierson. And so Grierson breaks, brings it back to 2-1. This match
Fourth leg.
returns
It's
to
Martin
throw.
to throw first. Game on.
Why do you think Martin Grierson's got a storm across his shirt? There must be a reason for that. It can't just be, oh, that looks nice, I'll have that one.
60.
Why would he pick lightning?
I've got no idea. I don't know if he's trying to be
81.
the Lightning McQueen of darts. His nickname is Lightning.
Maybe he's a Metallica fan and he likes Ride the Lightning.
Anyway, he needs to make his move. Canal!
43. $57.
Well, the speedster in this group is definitely Blom. I'm trying to say if Moreno is
96.
Lightning McQueen. Who's Grierson then? Does that make him Mater? Is he the pickup truck?
134.
That's a compliment, by the way, Martin, because that's my favourite character from that movie.
Could be the Dynamo King. Dynaco King. We don't want any Chick Hickses, though. No Chick Hickses here. No one likes Chick.
I'll take your word for that.
95.
I really
Martin,
like
you
that move,
require
because look what he's left
164.
again. A finish in that kind of region that might need those 51s. I'll be fascinated to see where he goes here, because he obviously likes treble 17. If he gets 2 of them, he can have a shot at double 16 to take a 3-1 lead.
$95. Moreno, you require 134.
This game could be swinging on a pinhead here because Blom can't take out the 134. Grierson, who had broken in the previous leg, now has a chance to level up if he can take out the 69. And he's going to get 2 darts in hand. Double 12 is what he's looking at. Double 12 is not what he gets, and Blom can maybe
40.
get his nose in front again by 2 legs.
Game
He likes
shot
that
of
double 5.
flag. Moreno Blom.
3-1 it is. He might just be about
Fifth
to
leg,
get
it's
himself
Moreno to throw first.
off the foot of the table and into the middle of the pack.
That could be a sliding doors moment in this game. Grierson with 2 in hand at double 12 to level us up. And from that point
41.
onwards, you'd say we'd be set to be going the distance. But Blom here has the chance to get it gift wrapped here. But a start of 41 has opened up the door for Grierson.
99.
You don't get anything gift wrapped in darts unless you go to your favourite dart shop and ask them to do it for you.
57.
But weirdly, Moreno has actually started to play better since he put these flights in since winning a local competition on Tuesday night. They're the kind of flights that you can buy,
134.
and proceeds from these flights go to a great charity.
140.
You're not the only player here, Moreno Blom, who has adorned the Men of Men badge. Obviously, Martin Adams, whenever he's here, will adorn that. We've seen other players in the past wear it.
128.
That reminds me, actually, we were talking over the last day or so, Henry, that
140.
I'm a collector of casino
Martin, you
chips
require
and things like that. I
140.
found one for Martin Adams. It's a collectible chip from the Flamingo in Vegas. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of it. It says it's 5 o'clock somewhere on the front with a clock.
123.
But it might be time for Moreno to call time on this match.
It's not going to get a poke of the ball. Grayson may just get a dart himself to bring it back to 3-2.
94.
He's going to get 2 at tops. Double 10 is a friend.
On a 5th leg.
And
Martin
brings
Griz.
the arrears back down to 1 again. Back to 3-2 we go. Moreno is
6th leg.
going to
It's
dart at the
Martin to the
ball to win
first.
this match.
Game on.
He's hoping he's going to get more.
Yeah, it's difficult work up there today in a very warm live lounge.
140.
Of the two, this is just my opinion, but I think Martin looks the more comfortable.
100.
Yeah, Salisbury is his area. That's somewhere that yields another good dart play in Ryan Finesse.
96.
He's had some good times here and some heartbreaking times more recently.
44.
He lost out on qualifying for Saturday night through a Group C on average with Chris Hurds.
Only time it's ever happened.
57.
What an afternoon and evening that was. It's one that I know the producers definitely haven't forgotten in a hurry.
139.
I wouldn't be surprised if this one gets down to the same sort of metric. This is not going to be a group where someone dominates, not in my opinion.
Well, we've had a couple of eggs a few weeks ago, that being the case between Adam Paxton and Cameron Crabtree. But Grayson here looking to make it 3-3 if he could pin the 73.
58. Martin, you require 73.
Are we going the distance again? That we are.
6th leg, Martin Grayson.
Any chance we're going to get more than 96 legs today to break Tuesday's
7th
record?
and final leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Well, Blom was 3-1 up. Had a dart of the bull to win it.
100.
By 4 legs to 1. And Grayson has reeled off back-to-back legs to take us all the way. We have played
96.
so far today all but 2 of the possible legs. 6 matches played.
140.
And out of a possible 42 legs we could have played, we have played 40 of them.
And that's going to be hard on the players.
140.
But this is a position that Blom has been in more than anybody this week. And he's lost more 4-3s than anyone, which makes this performance in leg 7 even more impressive. Is it going to be back-to-back 4-3 defeats for Grayson, though?
He could be 2/5 of the way of having the same fate as Moreno Blom on Tuesday, if that's
83.
the case.
Moreno, you require
But Moreno
81.
Blom here, stepping forward for his first win of the group.
57.
And it now leaves double 12 after 12. Every single player, by the way, Moreno Blom was the only one not to be involved in the last leg decider. He is now, and he is on the cusp of winning if he could pin double 12.
60. Moreno, you require 24.
And he wins the match, with a 13-dart leg for the second time today. Grayson loses in leg 7 to the brilliance of his opponent. He hasn't really done much wrong. He fought valiantly in that one, but he doesn't do enough to get his first 2 points. And he's in 5th position on 0 with Scott Campbell. And now Blom does go to 4th position alongside Adams on 2 points. That's what you've just seen. A very decent match, in fact, with both averages in the high 80s. But when we come back, now that 2 rounds are in the bank, we are going to see Banks up against Adams next.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon? Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have played 6 matches on this Thursday afternoon, and we've seen 4 of the 6 matches go for 3. And the 2 matches that haven't have gone 4-2. We get our money's worth here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So far, so good for Simon Adams and Jamie Atkins. They've both won both of their matches so far on this Thursday afternoon. But we're going to see Thomas Banks in action now against Simon Adams, who has won 1 and lost 1. He's been involved in 4-3s in both of his matches. That's not a surprise considering his week so far. He got the better of Scott Campbell 4-3 in the opener before then being on the reverse of the scoreline against Jamie Atkins in match number 4. We mentioned it a little bit in our last game, but this is Simon Adams' week so far in terms of really getting his money's worth. He has played 89% this week, Simon Adams, of the legs that are available to him. He has played 17 matches, more than half of them, 8 of the 17, have been 4-3, with another 5 going 4-2.
Say no more.
100.
I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who think it might be a bit of a coast
42.
for Banks in this one, considering how he's played today, and if you compare the numbers between these 2 players. But they have had close games this week. 4-2 to Adams on Monday.
66.
Since then, Banks has won 2 matches. But it's a bit like going to a deli at about 1:30 in the afternoon in New York. There ain't no bagels.
Should also be said as well that Thomas Banks on Monday was a completely different player when you compare him to the player that he is right now, playing
85.
much better than he was on the first day of the week.
Yeah, of that there's no question.
But there is this Simon Adams clause,
42.
isn't there, when you play him in a match in the respect of everybody finds it hard work to play Simon Adams. And I mean that in a compliment way.
Well, let's delve into this, shall we? Banks wants to get on with it. The pace of this game doesn't suit him at all. So he's just got to find some comfort
58.
when he's not throwing. So he's retrieved his darts now. He's got about 20 seconds between throws. When he was playing Moreno Blom earlier this week, it was more like 8 seconds.
162.
So don't tell me that darts is not played between the ears, because it is. He will spend more time not
64.
throwing in this match
Simon, you require
than actually
24.
throwing.
And this is all a part of the experience for Thomas. All things he's going to learn at a very fledgling stage of his career. Not everybody is one paced in terms of quickness and
Game shot on the
slickness,
first
but
leg.
Adams
Simon
is 1-0
Adams.
to the good, pinning the double 12. Well,
Second
these two
leg. It's
players were
Thomas
the
to throw
two
first.
outsiders with the odds
Game on.
prize for a dart was thrown. And depending on how the results pan out today, they could be the two favourites going into
125.
tomorrow's action.
I still don't understand why Banks was one of the outsiders. I just don't get it.
There's no relevant form that tells you why he would be that far out.
60.
I mean, also, this is where I also have a bit of a niggling issue with the way the odds compilers pulled it up. So Banks finished 4th, Blom finished 5th, and Banks had the better numbers in Group A than Moreno Blom, but they still put Moreno in a 13-2 compared to the 15-2 of Banks.
He's now had 6 maximums today. It's only his third game.
135.
And this is leg 2 of his third game. Here he goes again.
180.
He's going to be the maximum king of the week. I don't see anybody getting any more than him. And I think even Simon Adams is enjoying seeing this.
He's on a 10 darter here, is Thomas Banks. Average creeping just under 99. This is
44.
elite level
Thomas, you
stuff here
require
from Thomas
16.
Banks. Can he just shuffle across?
Game
Yes,
shot on
he
the
can.
second
11
leg.
darter
Thomas
for Thomas
Banks.
Banks to level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
But again, this is what we've spoken about in terms of the levels, though. This is excellent stuff from Banks, but at some point he will make that transition over
68.
when we don't know to the pro circuit. You'd imagine a player of his caliber. This is going to be the type of stuff he may have to do as a par.
57.
Where here you know it's going to be more than enough to blow opponents away. And talking about the Super Series and that move up to the pro circuit, well, this was a game that was a Champions Night fixture last year. Luke Littler against Barry Van Peer. Littler leading BVP by 3 legs to 1.
140.
And they probably were the two best players we had here last year, Littler and Van Peer. Alongside West, alongside Bartons.
I'm glad you said West
60.
there, otherwise you were just about to get some sort of electronic communication. You can't dispute against West. He won 4 weekly titles.
96.
Put it this way. It was this time last year where Steve West had that massive argument with Phil Bars over the best player at a tour card. Do you remember that?
I am not having that argument again. I refuse
54.
to go down that road.
Poor
Here
Phil.
he goes again. Look at this.
180. Simon, you require 139.
Absolutely wonderful. And now he gets a chance to take the lead with a break of throw. He's played
75. Thomas,
this
you
South
require
African
28.
saint 3 times this week, and he might just be starting to crack how he has to play against him. And he's in
Game's on
front.
his third leg.
Worked his way in
Thomas
perfectly there. 2-1 up.
But also, just have a look at his stage presence
Fourth
and his
leg. It's Thomas to
mojo.
throw first.
He's just beginning to build a little bit of an aura on that stage, is Thomas Banks. Really
96.
feeling settled, really feeling comfortable, and really feeling at home. He's averaging 95 here. To be perfectly honest, Simon Adams is doing nothing different compared to what he's done all day. Averaging mid-80s. Taking one of the 3 attempts, he's added a double to win leg 1.
140.
He is just getting pulled apart by the brilliance of the Bulldog.
43.
I set you a challenge, Henry. And everybody watching. How many famous people called Banks can you name before the end of this leg?
Banksy.
Doesn't count.
Gordon Banks. Ashley Banks.
Who's Ashley Banks? You have to
66.
tell me who they are if I don't know them. Gordon Banks, obviously. Best English goalkeeper of
Fresh
all time.
Prince.
That's a
48.
character.
You said famous Bankses, so Banksy doesn't count.
Okay,
then.
well, Banksy is it's a pseudonym, isn't it?
What about the banker from Deal or No Deal?
I don't think you got the rules of this game
What about
right.
the famous Mr. Banks?
125.
You definitely didn't get the rules right here. It doesn't matter. Moving swiftly on. Somebody mailed the rules of that game to Henry
128.
at modussuperseries.com.
170.
I didn't know there were rules. Apart from you had to name a Banks. Anyway, the big fish for Adams doesn't go. He's got a couple of cracks, so to level this game at 2 apiece. And for all the brilliance of Banks, Adams has found a really good leg here
60.
against the throat.
Ah, you see what he's trying to do
90.
here?
Simon,
He
you
sees a
require
number and he
110.
thinks, is there a treble on the board that I can hit 3 times to leave a double? And hit. That's exactly what he was trying to do there. He was trying 162 to leave 24. Double 15.
Game
Very
shot
nice.
of 4th leg. Simon Adams.
And now he's added a laugh to the celebration. We're locked at Desmond.
5th leg. It's Simon to throw first.
Been here before.
He was a happy chappy, wasn't he? Desmond Tutu. He did a lot of good
Game
things
on.
in the world.
Yeah, but his last name wasn't Banks.
You've forgotten a very famous actress
100.
by the name of Elizabeth Banks. She was in the 40-Year-Old Virgin movie.
Should have known that one.
96.
Square we are at 2 apiece.
Famous Adams, the Adams family. Martin Adams.
Adam Sandler.
Still gets it wrong.
Adam and the Ants.
Still haven't got it right. Adams as in a
125.
surname.
Is it Kimberly Adams? No, am I making people up now?
I think you're just making people up.
57.
Tony Adams, former England international and Arsenal defender. There's a great example of an Adams.
I think I got her mixed up with Kimberly Wyatt from the Pussycat Dolls.
You watch very different things to most of us. One thing we do have in common is that we watch
140.
this a lot. And the reason for that is because we're always intrigued to see who wins next.
59.
And Martin
Simon, you
Adams
require 136.
is arguably the best player not to have won a week here in Portsmouth. In fact, we could put that out to our YouTube chat, couldn't we? Who does everybody think is the best player not to have won a week here?
Robert Thornton's going to be bang up there.
Absolutely.
But I tell you what, you can
96.
make an argument about Andy Barton's.
Yeah, he just happened to get the most ridiculous week. With
60.
the most ridiculous opponent
Simon,
in the
you
final.
require 40.
Wesley Plaisir.
Oh, double top for Simon. We'll give him the lead. And if anybody out there thought this was
Game
going to be
shot on
simple
the
for
fifth
Banks,
leg,
you are
Simon
looking
Adams.
rather silly. So you've piped for Adams,
Sixth
Thornton,
flag. It's Thomas to
Bartons.
throw first. Game on. $42.
It's a difficult call, isn't it? It'd probably have to be between Adams and Thornton. Scott Mitchell. He's playing tonight. He hasn't won a week here yet. I'll tell you what, if he wins this week, the first person he's going to tell is Chris Mason.
81.
Because he would join the rostrum of one commentator that has won a week here.
Can we double check he's not booked for Champions League? Because you remember when Chris Mason won, he'd already agreed that he'll commentate on Champions Week, selfishly won his week, and then we spent the whole of Sunday scrambling around for commentators.
Yeah, selfishly, he won. Can he max back?
140.
Not quite, but he's only one adrift. This is possibly the best chance of Thomas getting the win in this fixture to remain
55.
undefeated today.
Actually, if you remember that week rightly, we had Martin Adams on commentary for a couple of days.
It was a long time ago, almost 2 years ago, come October.
Well, it'll be a month tomorrow to the 2-year anniversary that we moved into this building. But Banks now looking to move. Looking to stride forward and stride his way back into the backs. We've won 80 number 5. Now, the record, we should say, is 7 in a game. And that is a record which is held by Mark Durbridge.
I don't think Thomas is going to get another chance for a 180 in this match. Because he looks at tops. That is a very good win.
Thomas back.
Another really good performance as well. Well, I'm looking at the wrong score. I do beg your pardon.
7 from final leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
I should know it's going 4-3.
You're preempting it. But we go the distance. It's Adams who has the darts in this last leg decider. And again, we carry on as we carry on. So, 7 games played. A possible 49 legs could have been played. We have played 47 of them.
Do you know what, that little misstep by myself, it reminded me of that time when Joe Mernon thought he'd beaten Andy Hamilton on the stage at Ali Pali. He turned around to shake his hand and Andy just stood still, as if to say, no, we've still got a match to play.
Well, do you remember the time when Glenn Durrant thought he'd won the Isle of Man Open and then didn't win the Isle of Man Open?
140.
Actually, no.
Oh, I'll have to show you the video in the break. He played Chris Lamman in the final of the Isle of Man. He thought double 16, gone in, started
57.
celebrating, and Charlie goes, whatever score it was, because it was on a combination before.
Ouch.
Yep.
That's what Thomas is going to be saying if he doesn't win this match. And look at what Simon's doing again.
140.
In the 7th leg, he always seems to find his best darts.
It's one thing you can't teach in darts, and that's timing.
85. Simon, you require 100.
That's exactly what this teacher's doing.
I don't think we should underestimate just how good this performance has been from Simon. This is one of his best of the week. He's averaging nearly 94. 60% on doubles.
60.
And he only needs one more to get himself on 4 points alongside Banks.
139.
And these, apparently,
Simon,
were the 2 outsiders
40.
of this group.
Well, Simon Adams was 12-1 before dart was thrown. If he pins his tops, he'll be joint top of the group. Double 10. To beat Bulldog. Up for 5s. Doesn't
30.
go. But
Thomas,
Banks is going to need something seismic here. 160 is what he wants, but not what he gets. And so Adams will get another poke.
70. Simon, you require 10.
Not the easiest double to convert. He is going to get a shot at double 2, and Banks can't watch.
Game shot. And
now
the
he
match,
knows what's happened.
Simon Adams.
And for the week, they are 2 games apiece. Adams wins by 4 legs to 3, almost identical in the averages. And now he's on 4 points alongside Banks. When we come back, the middle match is going to be between Grayson and Atkins.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. You're watching the Modus Super Series, where we are midway through our afternoon session here. And we see Jamie Atkins and Martin Griz take to the stage. Jamie, who is 2 wins from 2 so far. Martin Grayson looking to get his first win on the board, despite going down 4-3 and despite playing well, actually, as well, in both of the matches he played. Also for 96 and 89 average. Not as if he's been playing bad. It has been key moments where he hasn't stepped up to play. It was a slow start against Moreno Blom, which cost him, and against Thomas Banks, where he just kicked on when he needed to, and Grayson being left in the lurch, only getting dodgy darts to the double to finish legs off. But what we're going to get from our middle match of the day, Jamie has been solid throughout. Kind of everything that we expected from him up to press.
Maybe.
46.
Averages of 85 and 83. There's definitely another gear to go to find his consistent level of form that we've seen all throughout 2024.
95.
But in order to become the player that he wants to be, he's probably going to have to find another 5% on a regular basis. That's very, very difficult.
100.
For some players, what they will do, and I don't mean this to come across as a criticism to a lot of players who are trying to get better, but they will do the same thing year in,
100.
year out and expect to get better. And sometimes they will, by coincidence. And they will change something about their darting career,
140.
but they won't know what it is. If you want to get better, what you got to do is do what Luke Humphries has done over the last 3 or 4 years.
42.
Find every little department and improve in every department. mental, nutrition, fitness, equipment, game preparation.
85.
He's got the lot, and that's why he's the world number one. So everybody can learn from the world number one.
I remember speaking to a football coach about 4 or 5 years ago, and they said the biggest thing about sport is 1%. If you keep improving on 1%, you will be successful, whatever your discipline. Is Atkins going to be successful at the 130? He's unable to
90.
on this occasion. And sometimes it's not the big drastic changes which some people think is necessary. Sometimes it's just having a course of time where small things just incrementally improve, and ultimately the end product will improve as a result.
How's this end product? That's awkward.
30. Martin, you require 140.
We know he's capable, and Atkins will know he's capable. These two have met before on this stage a couple of times. And Grierson's already hit Atkins with a few hammer blows before, but he isn't going to fire in a 148 against him, but he is going to leave himself on a double.
10.
And so Atkins in need of taking out this double 5. And will.
That had to go in, didn't it?
Atkins.
Seriously, 2 darts above that double 5. All he had to do was hit the underside of the barrel and it was going to nestle in there. And he does.
First. Game on.
Yeah, his doubles have been pretty tidy today. 8 out of 20 before a dart was thrown in this match.
60.
Took him a little bit of time to take care of that one.
As I mentioned, these two have history on the Super Series stage. They met the previous time they were here, which was week 8 of the previous series. Grierson won the first meeting between the pair by 4-0 before Atkins getting over the line.
140.
Perhaps not a surprise. 4-3.
$58.
Do you not find his flights quite confusing?
Who, Jamie's?
Yeah. What is it about flag flights that have the wrong colours?
100.
Unless that's the flag of a country that I don't know. Looks like a Union Jack with just 2 colours. Looks or 3. There's some grey in there as well.
Looks like a Dutch Union Jack, if you get what
57.
I mean. Looks very orange to me.
Oh, well, potato, potato. Call me a traditionalist. It's amazing how many people used to use the Union Jack flight
85.
in the early days. Eric Bristow. Alan Warrener. When he was Alan Warrener, not Alan Warrener Little.
Mace.
Definitely Chris Mason.
80. Martin, you require 116.
Well, that's a maxi that could have changed the complexion of this leg, unless Grierson can add to the 116, to the 120.
76.
But the tops
Jamie, you
does
require
not go,
66.
and so Atkins can return for a 2-0 lead.
Is it fair to say that most of these players are playing their best against Grierson? That's how it feels.
50.
But not right there.
Martin, you require 40.
So Grierson will get a second chance. A level up at tops. He will feel like he is
Game Shana's second
being
leg.
put
Martin
under it
Grierson.
today is Martin Grierson. But I also think he's one of those players that the way he plays,
Third leg.
he plays at a level that you know you have to play just slightly
on.
better. And that's exactly what everybody else is doing. So what I mean by that is, if you don't go out in 15, you expect to lose the leg. And so players are trying to
96.
power score to try and get out in 15 to counteract what Martin's going to do against them.
$60.
It's not the kind of name you see every day, is it? Grierson. Just done a bit of research about it. Apparently it's a Scottish name. Or, to be fair to its
85.
entire heritage, it's a Gaelic name. Originally from Dumfries and Galloway in the southwest of Scotland.
99.
I think everybody should do that. They should look into where their name is from. Yours has got something to do with
98.
hierarchy, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Irish, the church in particular. There's Irish heritage to the name.
140.
And before anybody says anything, Jamie's is not after the diet. Even though he's one of the leanest players that's ever played
85.
here. But I think this is a very fair battle at the minute. And I think you've mentioned already, they come back here and they meet again.
60.
Sometimes
Jamie,
you need
require
to
137.
play familiar faces to know where your game is at. If you're constantly playing the same player day in, day out, if you're constantly
41.
beating them, you
Martin,
can say, well, I'm better than you right now.
142.
They're going to get a bit of information about each other over the next 2 days. Love that first start. You can see what he was trying to do with the 60 on dart 2 to leave double 11. He's just under-delivered it way too much.
87. Jamie requires.
So Atkins
96.
here looking at 96 to put himself 2-1 in front. And for trouble 16 with dart 2 with 76 left.
Martin,
so
you
Griz will
require
return
55.
for 55 for the break. Should get 2 in hand at tops, which has been a bit of a love-hate double for him so far today. But he likes it there. He loves it there. He gets the break and leads 2-1. But it was just interesting. I was just peering out the window in the commentary box, and
4 flag. It's Martin to throw first.
Points towards the end of the
Game
last
on.
leg. Jamie was just looking up at the heavens, just muttering something to himself. He's clearly not happy with himself on stage.
140.
I don't think he's playing anywhere near his best. Even though he's won 2 games out of 2 so far, he'll be someone who expects to average 90 every game. He's not doing that today. He's having to grind really hard for everything he gets. And if he's averaging around 80 to 85, which is what he's doing predominantly,
125.
he's gifting opportunities to his opponent to get in the match. That's the dart he's been searching for.
100.
And he's still disappointed with a ton, because when you get 61st and only score 100, it's a bad visit.
Just inviting pressure from Grayson, and he leaves himself on a finish after 9, averaging 93 here, 2 from 3 on the doubles.
Well, watch out, Martin. Every time you play well, you lose 4-3.
98. Martin, you require 136.
He's got 6 darts from here to move 3-1 to the good. And that is perfectly sat for another to join. But cannot find the second treble, which would have given him a dart at double 8. But what he is going to do is give himself the next best pride. Tops after 12 to put himself 1 away.
133.
You said it's a love-hate relationship with tops.
Martin, you require 40.
Next installment. Dislike. But likes that one.
On a 4 flag, Martin Grayson.
Likes it like that, and 3-1 to the good is Martin Grayson.
5th flag, it's Jamie to throw first.
And as
Game
things
on.
stand, Martin's a leg away from beating Atkins. And no, we're not in Wigan.
Or Leeds.
57.
Well, in the Pro Tour, it's down to the last 32 stage in Milton Keynes. Danny Van Tripe, player we've seen here in the past. In the previous studio in Southampton, Alexa Lil up on Pascal Ruprecht. Mike De Decker 2-1 up on Dave Chisnell. Jeffrey Desvan and Gabriel Clements just getting underway.
58.
Familiar faces of ours at the Super Series warming up as well. Christian Kiss, who we haven't seen this year. The most high-profile player we haven't seen this year. Takes on Wesley Plaisir. Kiss, the former finalist here. Plaisir, twice semi-finalist here. Cameron Menzies takes on Luke Littler. Richie Edhouse, Stephen Bunting. Now, that's a Mavericks game, isn't it?
41.
And Johnny Clayton, who's actually in a VT video, which you can watch on the Super Series YouTube channel, takes on Kim Highbrecht. And Andy Bolton up against Dirk van Duivenbode.
140.
Andy Bourne's been playing some good darts over the last couple of days.
96.
Man who confessed to me earlier this
Martin,
summer
you
that
require 121.
without a tour card, he's now playing more darts than he's ever played in his life. Had he found treble 17, he would have got
89.
his first match start, but he's about to get it anyway.
Another good performance. Actually, it's just as good as his game against Thomas Banks. 96.0 for the average. And now Martin Griz has got 6 on 32 to get his first win on the board. So well overdue and well-deserved success. But 16. He cannot find it here. But he is going to get time.
Yeah, Jamie leaving himself on 165 does no damage.
95.
After 3 missed match
Martin,
starts,
you require 16.
Martin is back to get his first points of week 9.
2 8s for his first 2 points. Double 4. He's already missed 5 match darts. He's now missed 6 match darts. And Atkins is going to come back
Jamie,
to
you require 70.
Continue this game.
Atkins back to see if there's more meat on the bone in this game. Grayson can't believe it.
$38.
At least he's coming back.
Martin, you
for
require
match starts
8.
7.
It's 7 heaven for Martin. Double 2. And eventually Grayson gets it done.
Grayson.
He gets the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1. Well, he missed the plethora of match darts, which dragged his average down, but overall a really good performance, and eventually he gets a win that, the way he's been playing today, has been overdue. That's how the game went statistically. Up next, Campbell and Blom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have reached the final game of the third round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Martin Grierson got his first win on the board, getting the better of Jamie Atkins by 4-1. And now we watch Moreno, Blom and Scott Campbell go toe-to-toe on the stage. As far as these 2 days are concerned, Moreno 1 win and 1 defeat. Scott Campbell, the only player yet to pick up a win. And remember, he was the odds compiler's favourite before a dart was thrown.
First leg, it's Scott to throw
earlier
first.
on this morning.
Game on.
Yeah, Scott's averaging 80 for the day. That's never going to get it done. So he has now got to find a way to get off the mark. Because if he doesn't against Blom,
41.
The best he can do is 14 points by winning the remainder of his games.
140.
I think he's already in trouble, even in a tight group like this. And just look at how many times he's done this today, where he stood back. He hasn't been comfortable at times at all.
Yeah, just a little bit of a technical issue on stage, which we are working to rectify. All's good now. A little sporting embrace from both Scott and Moreno. Thankfully, it's now and not at the end of the 7th leg. Because that's probably where we're going to go. And actually, the game between Griz and Atkins ended a trend of games going either 4-3 or 4-2.
It's one of the strangest sports, isn't
58.
it? Where you actually want to see fewer shots. It's a bit like golf in that regard.
Yeah, just a little bit of a technical issue, but it's being worked out as we speak. But we are back underway here. The odds compilers had Scott still as the 8-11 favourite to win this game. Moreno Blom was even money with the bookies before a dart was thrown.
80.
Not shifted too much, have they, really, from the start of the day?
Let's get one thing straight. They say that you never see a poor bookie. At the start of the week, they had Conor Heenahan as the favourite, and he probably shouldn't have won Group A, but he did.
97.
But I have to disagree. I have Blom as the favourite for this match based on form. I don't agree that he's the outsider.
I mean, we were in disagreement as soon as we saw Thomas Banks' numbers this morning. And I think there's been 1 or 2 games where some bets have been burnt. Well, this is awkward. Needs to find the treble 19 to give himself a dart at the bullseye. Was unable to do so.
46.
Had to attack it with Campbell at 115.
115.
Yet to have a ton plus out. In fact, I've only seen 3 ton plus outs throughout the course of the day.
And they've all got a 0 at the end as well. That one hasn't.
First leg, Scott Campbell.
And that's exactly what Scott needed.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
He's the sole Scot in this group.
25.
A group that has 4 nations represented, predominantly by English players. 1 Dutchman in the shape of Moreno. 1 Scot in the shape of Campbell. And the sole South African
41.
here this week with Simon Adams. I wonder what's going to be the next African country
100.
represented here, apart from South Africa.
Well, I've been told on good authority there's a couple of really good players in Kenya, which we had the discussion yesterday about that being a possible powerhouse. It is mainly down the east. I know that there's a couple of good players in Egypt and Morocco. That's a region which is beginning to develop. The Arab world really embracing the sport, as it has with snooker. We've seen the successes of Hussein Fafai. Well, there's a couple of excellent websites that do databases on things like this.
41. $57.
I don't know about you, but has Scott Campbell just reduced his pace a little bit since the last time he was here?
40.
Has he become a little bit more deliberate? Or is my memory starting to fail me?
140.
Now look at the bit between the teeth there of Blom. He is staring a hole through the board and the score monitor as if to say, I'm not happy with the way things are, and I'm getting a little bit upset with myself.
Well, it's almost going back to that
Moreno,
conversation we had
86.
earlier on today about Moreno and edge. Hasn't got the edge in leg 2, misses double 16. Campbell
Scott, you require 150.
returns for 150 for the break and a 2-0 lead. So when he taken out 1 ton plus check out to snatch a leg from under Moreno's grasp, he's not going to do so twice in succession.
96.
So Moreno will return for double 8 to square up. Takes it first time.
Leg. Moreno Blom.
But he's definitely a player, Moreno. We mentioned it earlier. We'll mention it again that
Third leg.
plays
It's
his
Scott to throw
best when there
first.
is something
Game
riding on it. When he needs to let out all of the energy, get the juices flowing.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think he is an urgency player. I think that's one of the reasons why he's better in knockout tournaments.
He's one of those players that's very much a different animal on the hockey compared to how he is off the hockey. He plays with this real flair and adrenaline on the stage. But if you speak to Moreno off the hockey, you couldn't speak to a more polite, softly spoken young man if you tried.
140.
Somebody who thinks very
57.
astutely about the game, thinks about the game very seriously. And actually, I think one thing that was very interesting was he was saying he actually likes the way that his career is progressing right now because he feels like he can
78.
feel the improvement time after time without going too far too soon and putting a massive weight of expectation
60.
on his shoulders.
Yeah, it's a sustainable rise. Not everybody does what the nuke does.
$83.
Now there goes the 83. He'll be hoping to take the 100 off next time round.
44. Scott, you require 100.
Nice and clean. 60 for tops would make him feel very happy.
Well, treble 19 now, the shot to lead tops. Treble 18 is what he's
40.
looking for. Will return for 60. Blom against the darts. Just
60.
backpedaling a little
Scott, you
bit in this
require
leg. And so
60.
Campbell will return to put himself 2-1 in front. Blom back on 140. And tops is what he wants. Double 10, the target.
Game shot
The
on
target
third leg.
which is
Scott
found.
Campbell.
And the target which puts Scott Campbell 2-1 in front.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno.
And there is a
to
real
throw
danger
first.
here for Moreno. If he loses this game, he can somewhat become detached
70.
once more. And Moreno in his last 2 matches has to take on the top 2 in the group, Simon Adams and Thomas Banks.
140.
You mean the 2 outsiders with the odds compilers?
Yeah, well, this group makes no sense whatsoever, does it?
This entire week doesn't make
140.
sense. We're going to have to get some padding for this commentary box, honestly. So by that virtue, who wins the week? Probably somebody who's not even playing.
60.
Well, I think there's just been a slight technical problem again with the scoreboard, which is just a couple of visits back. And I think it's just taken Moreno a little bit off stride here, which is what he was mentioning to the referee, Jack Garwood. Now, the scores are put down on a monitor. There's somebody called a scalper. Their job is to put every single dart in. That raises the score on the scoreboard, and that's what the players will look at between turns. There's not a chalker, which you'd see on a PDC stage, and so very rarely this happens, but there are occasions where sometimes there is a slight technical error, and unfortunately the computer is not working at this present moment in time, and so everything's just being readjusted. There'll be a slight break in play because of that. Campbell does lead 2 on. The score on your screen is correct. Campbell 2, Blom 1. Those scores are correct. However, the players can't see that on stage, and so they're just taking a quick pit stop whilst that technical issue gets fixed.
Now, this is a really key moment in this match because we know that Scott Campbell is maybe a little bit more patient than Moreno. He wants to get on with things. When he's in game mode, he wants to go rat-a-tat-tat. And these constant interruptions will not be doing anything for his patience levels. We are back underway. But now, it's not so much Moreno Blom against Scott Campbell. It's almost Blom versus
95.
Blom.
I think we'll learn a lot here. We've been mentioning how perhaps in the past
60.
Moreno could be found guilty of a little bit of impatience, and maybe that is a side to his game that he may have been improving over the last year or so. We may see a test of that here.
I don't think there's a may about it. I think this is an ultimate test for Moreno Blom.
Moreno, you require 138.
He's playing a deliberate opponent in a game that has had a couple of other issues.
73. Scott, you require
And he is
85.
spending more time looking at the scoreboard than anybody I've seen in the last 2 years. It's almost like he's angry at the telly.
Bull.
60.
Moreno's got to keep it all in check, and well, that's actually a lucky dart. Finds a double 40. And I'll tell you what, credit goes where credit's due there, because there could have been a possibility of a Blom combustion. But he's back in this game. Level we are at 2-2.
Game on.
Yeah, darts is a game played between the ears. If you think otherwise, then you're wrong.
55.
Slight diversion away from the action here. Over at Players Championship 16.
140.
People into the last 16. Wesley Plazier again. Beating Christian Kiss 6-1. Josh Rock. Luke Humphreys, the number 2 seed. Beating Kevin Dutz.
108.
Doing plenty of that, no doubt. Gabriel Clemens. Dirk van Dijvenbode has taken care of Andy Bolton to 0.
60.
And Mike De Decker, the 32nd seed, is through at the expense of the number 1 seed, Dave Chisnell, winning by 6 legs to 2.
Meanwhile, Connor Scott's 4-1 up on James Wade, averaging 118.14.
And this is the face of surprise from everybody here in Portsmouth.
140.
Because we know what he can do.
Can we have a new favourite for the Super Series Series 8 title, please?
We already have a favourite, and his name is Connor Scott.
Okay.
84. Scott, you require 126.
126 to put Campbell on the cusp. Doesn't have to go Chubba 19 pull if he doesn't want to. Finds the Chubba 19. Has a decision to make. He can go bullseye. He can set up. And he will
94.
leave himself 32 upon his return.
41. Scott, you require
He
32.
threw those darts feather-like. There was no conviction. 2 8s for Campbell. They weren't close.
24.
And neither was that one.
$100. Scott, you require
So Campbell
8.
back for double 4 to put himself 2 within a leg.
Game shot
He
on
will
a 5th
put himself
leg.
2 within a
Scott
leg
Campbell.
of getting the better of Moreno Blom and picking up his first win of the day.
6th leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
And Moreno's played most of this game like he's been subjected to, I'm a
42.
celebrity, get me out of here. This has been about as comfortable for him as sleeping on a bed of needles. Not the kind of game he wants to play. He wants to have that game against Thomas Banks every
60.
time. And he's going to have to wait until game 13.
To be honest, it's as comfortable as sleeping on a bed altogether right now.
45.
Unless you've got a water bed, of course.
I'm not going into that debate again. I still want to know, at another juncture, by the way, not right now, why you had a waterbed.
140.
And no, it's not what you think it
I
is.
seriously thought they got rid of those in the 1990s.
60.
Whatever you do, if you have a waterbed, don't let your darts get near them. Otherwise, you're going to be using a mop next. If Campbell wins this match, the only thing Moreno's going to be mopping up, apart from perspiration on the hot stage, or maybe a couple of tears at this one
60.
being let go.
Well, he's hoping to make the weekend, and if he's going to do so, he's going to have to
134.
save those tears for another day.
Just a bit of conviction needed in this match for Scott. Otherwise, he does run the risk of losing a third consecutive match.
140.
But how good is that 140?
134.
Just as good as that 134, I might add.
101.
Well, Campbell's done enough right now to stave off what looked like a mini Blom revival when there was a bit of a pause in play. Blom's left himself on 86. Campbell was looking for tops after the first dart on the 101. Straight into the treble 7.
86.
This to take us all the way. One dart at the ball. Doesn't go.
Scott, you require 40.
To put this one in the bank, Campbell for his first points of the week. And this is game 9. Moreno thinks this is going.
Well, he's put his darts away. Double 10. But he's going to need them.
20.
And he goes back to collect them. And he's going to get another poke.
Moreno,
Turns
you
out it
require
wasn't worth
25.
waiting for. And Moreno is looking at single 3 for double 4.
Game shot
And he gets himself out of jail.
Blom.
Well, he thought it was all over. But he's got another leg. And we go all the way again.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed they've got the same colour scheme in most of their dart shirt? It's almost as if Scott Campbell's got half of a Moreno Blom shirt on and half
81.
of a Scott Williams shirt.
What, like one of those half and half scarves?
100.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about those things. Although I do own one from an NFL game that I once attended.
I was going to say, it wasn't going to be Newcastle United against Sunderland, was it?
Nope.
60.
Cut it in half, keep half, burn the other one.
Now, they're the type of scarves Newcastle, Sunderland scarves that a Middlesbrough fan would have, wouldn't they, Duzzer? Well, unfortunately, that pitching error has happened again, but we're back underway.
I think Moreno is getting very close to the end of his tether here.
He's trying to laugh it off.
100.
But you can tell inside he's a bit hacked off.
97.
I'm not sure there's anything about this game that he's enjoyed, apart from the doubles he's hit, which have been very effective, in fact. 3 hits from 5.
60.
Average is pretty low. He hasn't got any maximums. But if he walks away with 2 points, he may just
95.
wonder how he has done it.
And it means 4 players to be on 4 points. This has felt like a game where these 2 players have not been playing against each other for the last few legs. They've been playing against themselves. And I think that's why we've seen the protracted battle that we've seen in this contest. But Blom
100.
has got an
Moreno, you
opportunity to
require
win it here.
109.
No shot.
97. Scott, you require
Unless
100.
Campbell doesn't hit this 100.
Start the game for ton plus out, the 115. So he can end it with a ton. Tops is what he was looking at. Tops isn't what he
60.
finds. And so
Moreno,
Moreno
you
Blom
require
for his
12.
second win from 3. Double 6 is what he wants. Double
Game shot.
6 is
And the
what he
match,
gets.
Moreno
And
Blom.
Moreno Blom gets over the line against Scott Campbell in a last leg decider. There was a couple of technical issues in the middle of the game. Moreno looked as if at times he was getting a little bit frustrated, but he kept his cool when it mattered the most, and he gets over the line in a last leg decider, explaining the situation with Jack Garwood, who himself just tried to tell him what exactly did happen there. But what did happen is Moreno Blom got the better of Scott Campbell 4-3. And coming up next is Thomas Banks against Jamie Atkins.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So we're definitely getting our money's worth on this Thursday afternoon. 9 games have been and gone. And have a look at that. Of the 9 games we've played, 6 of them have gone 4-3, including the match before the break when Moreno Blom got the better of Scott Campbell. So 6 games to go. This is how the table looks. And it is 4 players tied at the top on 4 points. Jamie Atkins has actually gone from the top of the group down to 4th place in the table. Thomas Banks leads the way from Simon Adams in 2nd. Moreno Blom and Jamie Atkins on 4. Martin Griz on 2. But he's probably been the player of the day so far. And Scott Campbell, the bookies' favourite, is bottom of the pile without a win on the board. And so we head into Game 10. And it sees Thomas Banks and Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe. The winner of this game will move on to 6 points. They'll be the first player to do so. And will take the lead, take command and authority of proceedings in this group in a round of fixtures which sees Banks, Atkins, Blom and Adams, each of the top 4, play one another.
As for how much we know, after 9 matches and 3 rounds of play, As far as who's going to qualify, very little. I think the biggest story is that Scott Campbell hasn't won a match. He's also got the worst leg difference, but he's not out of it.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
At least, not yet. He's got Martin Grayson in game 12. And he's got
96.
Jamie Atkins in game 14. If he loses both of those, he's not going to get through this group. But these two will feel pretty chipper about their chances.
140.
I do get the feeling that if Banks qualifies for Saturday night, he might bring quite a few people over.
I think that's the plan. I wonder whether we'll have an appearance from Mr. West. Well, actually, I've been told in my ear straight away that was not the case because he's playing at Bradmore Farm ADC Championship Tour at the weekend.
97.
You've got to put yourself first in this sport. And he's trying to build up to getting himself back into
58.
Full fitness and full competitive play. So Steve doing the right thing, but I still think Banks will bring some folk around because he does have a lot of people supporting him, but he's got to get there first.
100.
And he hasn't been there before.
Yeah, but these players have been here in terms of a Saturday night before, and if Jamie qualifies a Saturday, I have good authority that there will be a fair contingent making their way down from the Midlands to support him. Very popular player in those parts, and there is a possibility of an appearance from Danny Lauby, his practice partner too.
74.
Double top after a bad first start.
54. Jamie
Just a
requires
shade
60.
under-delivered. No matter where this goes in the single 20, he should be tall enough to see over the top of it. Double 10.
40.
We've seen too many
Thomas
mistakes like that today.
20.
I'm going to say that hand on heart. And people have been coming to the hockey when they expect not to be.
First leg, Thomas Banks.
Well, that's been a double, which has been very much love-hate for Thomas Banks this week. He's missed it low a fair bit.
Second
but
leg,
he finds it perfectly there to
Game
take
on.
out the opening leg, to take the opening rubber in this fixture.
$97.
Do you know how many people are left in Players' Championship 16 who have won a Players' Championship this year?
125.
2. So it might be another different winner for the year up in Milton Keynes because Luke Littler's gone. James Wade has been beaten
97.
by Connor Scott, last week's champion, here at the Modus Super Series. And Connor averaged 102.46, continuing his brilliant form. And he's going to take on Wesley Plazier in the next match. 2 non-tour card holders, meaning that one of them is going to make the quarterfinals.
Plazier, who lost out, of course, in the semi-finals a fortnight ago to Mike Warburton. Could have been a battle between two players who have been in Champions Week if things worked out differently. Mike DeDecker, Danny Van Tripe, Josh Rock, Cameron Menzies, Carol Sedlacek, Ryan Joyce, Dirk Van Dyvenbode and Gabriel Clemens are all warming up in Milton Keynes.
Well, this one's warming up nicely.
136.
That's very, very good.
Jamie, you require 132.
This has got potential, this game, but only if Jamie can deflect some of those brilliant visits from his young opponent. Can he find the 57?
60. Thomas, you require 43.
Well, hopes that Banks passes up an opportunity, goes low to go high, and then has to double check that it was that far wide.
23. Jamie, you require 72.
He didn't enjoy that at all. They're the kind of darts that he wants to minimise. I use that word an awful lot. It's not about eliminating bad shots, it's about minimising them.
Game shot on his second leg.
And that's
Jamie
maximising
Atkins.
the opportunity right there for Jamie.
Well, 1-1. Both players averaging 92.06 after a couple of legs.
Game on. 57.
And you think about where this fixture's placed today and then flip it round and see where this fixture's going to be placed tomorrow. There could well be an interesting connotation to it. If they continue the way that they're going, this could be a big game come tomorrow. It could be a
58.
game that sees somebody on the cusp of qualification by the end of round 2 on Friday.
134.
After this, Marina Blom up against Simon Adams, Martin Griz and Scott Campbell. Round off the 4th round of fixtures for Blom and Banks, Campbell and Atkins, and Adams and Grierson finish off the afternoon session. Session 1 and 2 back tonight from 10 to see how Group B begins. And we're going to see our mate Scotty Dog Mitchell in action, our commentary colleague alongside Steve Hine the Muffin. I hope he's brought the muffins with him.
99.
I bet he's forgotten them again.
Do you remember at the Lakeside a couple of years ago where we had fresh batches every round?
60.
You must have got some, because I didn't. I've been doing a little bit of research into Jamie Atkins' best performances of the year. He has, in fact,
96.
averaged over 100 4 times on the Challenge Tour this year. I like this.
105.
He almost did as well.
Jamie require 108.
This is for a break of throw, and it could be one of the pivotal moments of his day.
Could be a tie turner. Could be a day changer. Double 16 doesn't go. And that would have been for the breaker to really have taken command of this game. Banks is beginning to find that double 10 now with a bit more regularity. He's just getting the line a bit better on that double. And he's 2-1 up as a result of that hit.
Game on.
You know, you were saying earlier on about having a better secondary game. It's not about how you play your best, it's how you play on the whole. I'm always keen to see what kind of level people have attained.
45.
Jamie Atkins' personal best from recorded matches is 106.21 in 6 legs against Jerome Meek, a former weekly champion here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
That was back in March this year. Curiously, all of his best performances
100.
on the Challenge Tour this year were in the first 3 months. So does that tell us that he was in better form then than he is now? Sometimes numbers fool
57.
us. Sometimes numbers prove things. And I think it has to show that.
Well, the thing is, when we speak about secondary games, you've played the highest level, you know. You probably play your A game, what, about 10% of your time? Like your absolute top.
No, I think
58.
that's fair.
And so it's working around the rest of that 90% where that base is, and that base being good enough to get you over the line if you're not at your peak.
43.
I can say hand on heart, my peak wasn't as good as many other players' peak. It's definitely not as good as the players now. But my
54.
mean game was...
Thomas, you require 133.
93? 92 and a half, possibly? Well, that was for 2 double 19s.
93.
I'm a big advocate for that shot.
Jamie,
when
you require 132.
your opponent is on something a little bit smaller than this. For the second time in the match, Jamie Atkins fails to get a 57 after a 25.
Thomas, you require 40.
Tots a 3-1. Now double 10. This time
20.
not found, and Atkins
Jamie,
is going to
you
root
require
back into this
63.
contest.
That's a lovely first start. He doesn't get double 12 with the first start this time.
51.
And he's
Thomas,
let it
you
slip.
require 20. Game shot on a 4th
You
leg.
can't really
Thomas
leave Banks on double 10. You're right, Henry. He has been very good at it.
5th leg. It's Thomas to throw first.
Jamie here as well
Game
is
on.
under severe threat of being the player that's going to get battered a bit more than most, because he's the only player that's been involved in a game that's lasted less than 5.5 legs, and he could do so here.
I see what you're trying to say, actually. His leg difference is starting to slip.
180.
If he's not careful, he might be in a fairly precarious position by the end of the day. However, he has got
100.
Campbell in his last match, and he has not been comfortable all day long.
$85.
The more I watch this young man, the more I see
140.
that Jockey Wilson throwing that action, and it fills me with happiness.
140.
Great leg from Jamie. Always a strong position to be on 96 after 9.
135.
But he's got company.
Jamie require 96.
Has an air of must get, has an air of must hit. Treble 16. He's double 14. Perfectly found for 3-2. He knew there was a block bed, didn't persevere, found the treble 16, pinned the double 14. Back we go to 3-2. And now has the darts to take us all the way.
I know we've had a better numerical leg than that today, but that for me was the leg of the day because of the pressure he was under. If he didn't hit that 96 checkout, he could have lost this match.
100.
And hitting 12 darters under pressure is something you have to do at this level and
78.
at the PDC elite level as well. If you can do that, that's a good sign.
Such a textbook leg, wasn't it, against the throw, because you expect your opponent to go out
57.
in 15 with the dart, so you have to go out in a dozen. That was exactly what Atkins did. And now passes
55.
the pressure onto the shoulders of the Bulldog. Just asking 1 or 2 questions, and it has just been a little bit of a dip from Banks, and that's kind of coinciding
90.
with a little bit of an upturn here from Jamie.
That first start is starting to butcher that small 20.
94.
Hence the switch. But for one of the best counters of the week, let's see what he does from 274, everybody.
58.
A lot of people think you should start in the 19s here. 25. See, if he gets the 25, he's got
44.
60 with the last start to leave 170. If you don't get the 60, you aren't leaving a finish. So you've got to think of it slightly differently, young Thomas. The soft tip mentality of always having
140.
one dart left to leave the finish. You just got that the right route, but just a little bit the wrong way around.
60. Jamie requires.
Eventually leads
56.
himself to a finish. The issue he has is Atkins has left himself on a single to double, and he's going to get a couple at tops. That was low.
36.
That's just wide.
Thomas, you require 170.
Well, Banks has eventually left the finish in this leg. Can he take out the biggest fish of them all? Wasn't far away with dart 2, but there is
Jamie
pressure now on
required
Atkins'
20.
shoulders. And ironically, Banks should be good at double 15.
He might not get a look at it, though.
No
4-3
score.
might not happen after all.
Thomas, you require.
Let's find
30.
out how good he is at double 15.
Game
Very
shot
good.
and the match.
He says
Thomas
get in
Banks.
because he knows how hard he had to work for that win. He gets the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 2. It moves Thomas Banks to the top of the table. Another good performance from the Bulldog. 4-2 the score. After the break, Moreno Blom up against Simon Adams.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Thomas Banks got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 2, averaging 88.9, 4 from 11 on his double. That's 2 consecutive defeats for Jamie Atkins. And so into game 11 we go. Moreno, Blom and Simon Adams going toe-to-toe in another one of those matches between 2 players who find themselves on 4 points. The winner will move on to 6. And
first
it's very
leg, it's
interesting
Moreno
because
to throw first.
If Blom wins this game, then game 13 between Moreno and Thomas will be a battle between 2 players, of which the winner would move on to 8 points and the outright lead of the group going into tomorrow. Now,
64.
I'm not sure. We thought we'd be saying that when Moreno was in the mire, when 3-1 down to Scott Campbell.
Yeah, it's a fair comment. But would we have said that at the start of play today? I think we could have.
60.
If the truth be told, I don't think we quite knew what to expect from Moreno today.
I don't think we expect
121.
consistency from him. One of the reasons why we enjoy watching him so much is because he is unpredictable. It's almost like we do know what we're going to get from Simon, though.
41.
One of his best performances we've seen in the last 2 or 3 days came in game 7.
100.
But how many times can he get himself out of jail in 4 threes? That cannot keep happening.
Say the word 4-3 or the phrase 4-3 in front of Moreno, there'll be some chills that go down the back of the
50.
spine. Tuesday he played 5 games. He lost every single one of them by that scoreline.
I wouldn't be surprised if we break some sort of record this week for 4 threes. But if you're Moreno, I know it's difficult to employ this plan. Play better, overpower your opponent with the scoring, minimise their opportunities and beat them sooner. That's the aim. It's not as if everybody wants to win 4-3. They want to win 4-0.
Well, Moreno a long way in front in this leg.
I wonder at which point
9.
the grueling schedule of playing
76.
5 matches a day might take its toll on Simon.
Well, Moreno making no mistake, pinning the tops. And also, this comes on the back of a very good last performance. And we kind of saw something similar yesterday where Akay won in particular this game against Moreno, which absolutely, well, it ended pretty much Moreno's chances of getting into Group B later on tonight. But we did see towards the end of the day, Simon just begin to feel the rigorous schedule a little bit.
He's still in the mix to make Saturday. He's currently in 3rd position in the table.
30.
But I can see his performance levels just starting to wilt a little bit.
140.
This is better.
180.
Doesn't get any better.
80.
Performance levels starting to wilt. What a stupid thing to say.
60. Simon, you require 151.
This must be another thing that must be so awkward about playing Simon Adams is he had a real poor first leg and then suddenly he's hit 140 in a max in leg 2 and in the middle of that was a score of 30.
34.
Yeah, you don't really know what's going to come back at you. So you do have to play yourself in this game and not worry about what anybody else is doing.
Simon, you require 117.
It will feel as if this game is a nice pace for Blom because it's taking less time than the game against Campbell.
You require 157.
They'll have to readjust to the quickfire pace against Banks.
99.
Has left himself on 58, and Adams,
Simon, you require 72.
His first to finish in this leg, hasn't really done much since moving onto that path.
Double 6.
Game shot on a
how
second
good was
leg.
that?
Simon Adams.
17 darter, but it felt better than that.
3rd leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is a strange game of darts.
60.
How many times have we said that this week?
Things have been
81.
very weird here at the Live Lounge. I had to double check that yesterday was the 31st of July and not the 31st of October because we've seen some spookish stuff here at the Super Series.
Why the 31st of October, by the way?
Halloween?
Oh, that's right.
62.
I'll tell you what we should do. I'll tell you what we should do on Halloween Day, because we do play on Halloween Day this year. Or maybe the nearest Saturday before it.
128.
Because I reckon we should do Halloween fancy dress.
On a Thursday.
Well, I'll tell you what then. Shall we do the Saturday after? Shall we do fancy dress?
180.
On November the 2nd.
Yeah, I'll come dressed as Frankenstein.
125.
Be my guest.
It's better than the Weatherspoons play I'm wearing anyway.
Oh, is that the famous Weatherspoons plate shirt?
No. This is the Weatherspoons carpet shirt. The famous Weatherspoons shirt has been left.
100. Moreno, you require
In Weatherspoons.
63.
Where's Andy Hamilton when you need him? Well, Moreno doesn't need Andy Hamilton. He needs double 12. Don't see this from him very often.
57.
Oh, no.
Simon, you require 78.
He is disgusted.
In snooker, they call this position Shredsville. That was a wild dart 1. Finds dart 2 perfectly. Trouble 19 leaves double 10.
58. Moreno, you require 6.
Well, Moreno's been let off there. But double 3 is awkward, and now very awkward.
No score.
And goes low with dart 3. Couldn't get the line.
Simon, you require 20.
So much jeopardy on that double 3 with the way his darts land. Adams looking at 5s for the lead. You just knew it was going in.
Simon Adams.
Even the referee feeling the heat on the stage. They're both smiling. This is their fourth meeting of the week.
Throw first. Game on.
Adams has won 4-3 twice.
Moreno just cannot look. Simon's tried to engage with him, and Moreno politely, or as politely as you can, just turned away.
41.
He just wants to get locked into battle. He doesn't want to get engaged in anything. You could tell that at this point he realised in his last game he got away with one a bit, and now he wants to kick on towards the line today.
I'm with Moreno on this kind of thing. I didn't like to engage with my opponents either. Very rarely did I try to do that.
140.
Or did I because of what they did? It's not a tickling contest. You're playing for points here, which can add up to very big prizes. This is serious business.
Sure, we can name 1 or 2 examples where you and opponents got engaged.
45.
Hit me with it.
Remember a famous World Cup game. That's all I'm going to say.
That takes longer than 5 minutes
85.
to explain. How about the time that Richie Burnett headbutted me? Not on purpose before anybody says anything. It was a World Cup match. He beat me in the singles, and
60.
we did the whole handshake thing, but with a hug. We both went in the same direction, and forehead against forehead, and it hurt.
140.
So he technically beat me twice.
RKO out of nowhere. Randy Burnett.
Well, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Moreno,
Imagine beating someone, then you have to give them an
109.
RKO at the end. Be a bit harsh.
53. Simon, you require 160.
Oh, this would be harsh on Blom.
This would be an RKO out of nowhere. Oh, another one of them. Not to be. And so Blom to
85. Moreno, you
square
require
this
56.
contest up at 2 apiece is looking at tops.
36.
Does it go? And so Adams has a chance
Simon, you
here to
require
really stretch a lead in a
75.
game where he's averaging 9 points less than that of Blom. But this part of the game he's been so good at. It's the crucial part of the game, ultimately. And he's 3-1
Shot
up.
on the 4 flag, Simon Adams.
People are getting chances against him, and they're missing.
5th flag, it's Moreno to
And
throw
he
first.
is
Game
taking
on.
his opportunities.
43.
Reading dart players as a commentator is one of the best parts of our job.
100.
And at the minute, Moreno Blom is rolling like Phil Hellmuth. He is on tilt.
140. 43.
Just a slight diversion back to Players Championship 16. Cameron Menzies is into the last 16. He's beaten Josh Rock with 108 average.
84.
Karol Sedlacek of Czechia has taken out Ryan Joyce by 6 legs to 4. Clemens is in the last 16 at the expense of Dirk van Dijvenbode, and Mike De Decker, who was looking for his first title today, has beaten Danny van Tripe by 6 legs to 4. Very strange occurrings
56.
here in Portsmouth, and Milton Keynes is no different.
Perhaps not surprised because the two football teams shared had a 1-1 draw on Tuesday.
83.
Portsmouth-born Tommy Lee scored the equaliser for MK Dons.
Tommy Lee?
Yeah, I went to school with him.
42.
I thought he married Pamela Anderson.
Do you know what? On my week off, actually one of the things I watched a bit of Baywatch.
No comment.
40. Moreno, you require 136.
Right, 136 for Blom to bring it back to 3-2. Another one of them will decide to go for treble 16 with Dart 2. And he's going to leave himself on tops upon his return. But it's 1 from 8 on the doubles, which is really, really handicapped Moreno here.
29.
Just don't
Moreno, you
miss.
require 40.
He doesn't like the pace of this game.
Game
But he
shot
does
on
like
the
that
5th flag,
result.
Moreno Blom.
And I just wonder whether he's trying too hard to try and speed the
Sixth
pace
leg,
up
it's
of the
Simon
game
to throw
for
first.
himself, but it's just
Game
not
on.
going to happen.
No, it isn't going to happen. So you've got to accept it and be at peace with how much time you are going to have at the back of the stage. There are going to be games like this your entire
98.
career. You do not play this game the way that you want to all the time. Sometimes you have to play the player.
95. $45.
He's got to get that first start a little bit better in that treble 20.
60.
Because he's been searching for scores a lot of the day.
Simon Adams
80.
has played 18 games this week. 9 of them have gone for free.
56.
Why is that? Is it because he's been able to claw his way into games that he could have lost? Or are people he's playing against letting him have those chances? I've been sitting here all week.
125.
People are letting him back into games.
Ironically, if Moreno Blom wins this leg, he would have played 19 games this week, and it would be 10-9 in favour of 4
84.
frees.
Simon, you require 153.
That's ridiculous. What could this be? It could have been a match-winning shot. It could still be.
68.
But it should have been a little bit easier than that. I know that Simon is very popular with the people in the
96.
practice room, but
Simon, you require
make no
85.
mistake, Moreno Blom is sick of the sight of him right now because he's about to take, potentially, another 2 points off him.
Continuing to pile pain on the Dutchman
Good
is the
shot.
same.
And the match,
And Simon
Simon
Adams
Adams.
moves on to 6 points in the group. He beats Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 3, who really does cut a dejected figure. As for Simon Adams, well, he is in pole position. He is on 6 points. And he could well have taken a big stride towards qualifying for Saturday night's final. He could have invited a big blow on Blom's chances. Well, coming up after the break, Martin Griz has got his chance to put himself back in the picture when he takes on Scott Campbell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Simon Adams get the better Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. And so we've got 4 more games for you to go on this Thursday afternoon. 4 more tight and dramatic tungsten tussles and 4 more victors to be confirmed before we then play 10 more later on tonight from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, Martin Grierson and Scott Campbell is game 12 of our 15. And as far as Martin Grierson's concerned today, he's played some good stuff, but only got 2 points on the board.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But if he wins this one, he'll move back to within a couple of points of the leading pack. And so, suddenly, all the damage that he may have felt would have been done early on in proceedings can be very quickly undone and unstuck.
He's averaging about 90 for the day. And he's only got 2 points. Can somebody please tell me what's going on this week?
97.
I feel like I've stepped into the upside down here in Portsmouth. We've got someone in second place in the table with 6 points. And these are the averages of Simon Adams. 83, 71, 88, and 73. And then you got Grierson, who's played 3 games, averaging over 90.
22.
And he might walk into the final round with only 2 points.
There's an 11 points difference between Martin's average and Simon's average for the day in Martin's favour, but yet Simon Adams has picked up
96.
more points, 4 more points as things stand. But he does play Simon in the last one, so actually if he can get the better of Scott in this one and Simon in the last, he'll be on 6 points and he'll be very much in the mix no matter what. And then he's hoping that
41.
Moreno Blom can do him a favour against Thomas. But actually, there's a scenario here. Depending on how the results go, if Grierson wins his last 2, Blom beats Banks,
60,
and Atkins beats Campbell, we'd have 5 players on 6 points, and Scott Campbell without a win to his name.
We'll see about that if we get
45.
there. But this is screaming of one of those weeks where we do not get a winner that has been labelled as a favourite. Someone's going to jump out of the pack and do it here. I can feel it.
95.
Well, Campbell's left himself on 82 after 15 to take the opening leg against the throw.
100.
Do you know what? If I were in Group B tonight and I hadn't thrown a dart yet, I'd be fancying this week. If I were Mitchell, if I were Hine or Van Duijvenbode.
Game shot.
But then again, Scott Campbell has started with an 82 checkout, so maybe he is about to get himself into gear.
Campbell's had moments, but he hasn't really been able to turn them into spells so far. Had some decent finishing, had some decent averages, some decent performances, but they haven't all correlated together. And it's that slow start to the day, particularly that first match against Simon Adams.
60.
He'll feel like he should have won. Missed 12 darts at a double. Didn't cross the finishing line. And that kind of began the trajectory of his day, if the truth be told.
Well, Scott has flatlined since moment 1, really. He hasn't got anything going. He's played
60.
nowhere near his potential. And this is the thing about him being the favourite. I don't think he's walking on the hockey with the burden of being the favourite the same way that Conor Heenahan was on Monday.
85.
I said to you earlier, didn't I? His numbers from a year ago were very good. But that was a year ago. Saying that someone's in form based on numbers from a year ago is
60.
like saying that Rory McIlroy is going to be favourite to win the FedEx Cup just because he's won it a year ago. It's not the same. You've got to look at things more recently than that. And if we are going on recency bias, Scott Campbell is the favourite to finish last in this table.
Remember, 7-4 favourite before
140.
Dart was thrown this morning. There is a possibility that the table could quite literally flip-flop here, depending on how results go in the last couple of games in terms of how the bookies see it. Because Adams and Banks, the two bookmakers outsiders, are top of the table. Scott Campbell, Martin Grierson and Jamie Atkins, who are the three favourites to win the group, are the bottom three in the table. And actually, if Grierson were to win this game, there's a possibility that it would completely reverse in terms of how the bookmakers saw the games before the off today. It's been a crazy, crazy session. Grierson looking for his second ton topper.
96.
Cannot find the tops of the 116.
Scott, you require 96.
Similar shot. He'd like the same first dart that Martin just found. He's got a couple of options here. He can go 45 bull, or he can try 57 for double 19. That scuppers that.
36. Martin, you require 20.
So double 10 for Grierson. And level we are at one apiece in this contest. Grierson breaks back 1-1.
In that match between two non-tour card holders that plays Championship 16, Connor Scott has beaten Wesley Plaisir. Can you imagine that? If Connor Scott was to win today, it's not out of the question. He's playing superbly. He could come back to Champions Week as a Players' Championship winner.
60.
He'd be the second player in Super Series history to have won a qualification week and then go on to win a Pro Tour, Scott Williams being the other. The difference is Scott Williams didn't play the Champions League because he was trying to attain his place in the top 64 of the rankings and earn an outright tour
60.
card. Now, the last 16 is completed in Milton Keynes. Mike De Decker has beaten Danny Van Tripe 6-4. Brendan Dolan has beaten
85.
Stephen Bunting by the same scoreline. Gabriel Clements getting the better with Dirk Van Dyven Boda 6-3. Carol Sedlacek, as I mentioned earlier, beat Ryan Joyce 6-4. Humphrey 6, Highbrecht 3. Menzies getting the better of Josh Rock by that scoreline.
83.
Mickey Evans beating Ross Smith 6-4. And as we mentioned there, Scott 6, Plaisir 4. And so the quarterfinals will be set in MK before too long.
Yeah, we had a chat with Luke Humphreys a few days ago, didn't we? When we were here. And he will be the favourite for the title, seeing as there's only 3 seeds left in the last 8 in Milton Keynes.
121.
If you think things are crazy here, they're just as crazy in MK. 5 unseeded players in the quarterfinals. Darts 53. Can be crackers sometimes. That's why we love it. That's why we hate it as well. Oh, Campbell's had no rhythm today. But what I will 85. Say is he's played out of rhythm, but he's still tried to play with a really good process. His rhythm of actually throwing each individual dart has been good, but altogether, it's been a bit ragged.
138.
Putting the pieces of the jigsaw together.
Absolutely. He's got every piece, but putting 3 pieces together at the same time, it's just been a bit off. That's what I mean. Not comfortable throwing dart 3, so he has to stop.
128.
It works.
Martin, you require 68.
But does he get a chance at double 12?
Grierson's got one in hand at tops.
Game shot
finds
on
it there. And
leg.
there was an
Martin
interesting
Grierson.
call to make there between the 8 and the 16, because ever since he's hit the tops of the 120, he hasn't really had much joy up there, but he perseveres, finds the tops, and finds himself 2-1 up.
Notice how both players are using a towel now. This is not one of those days that you want to have wet look gel in your hair, because otherwise 55. It's going to be in your eyes.
Why do you think I've gone for the clay look today?
What, are you going to put yourself in a kiln tonight?
140.
Our previous studio, it probably felt like a kiln. That was really hot in there during the summer. This place is a lot more playable.
Remember that commentary box where we had to turn the fan on between matches, but then had to turn it off so we didn't hear it during play? While I was commentating that. They were fun times, interesting times.
Oh, they were fun times. I'd much rather be sitting here, though, watching this action from this vantage point.
100.
Just a little bit of meerkat action from the commentators, and we can see what's happening on the stage. And we get to feel the atmosphere as well on a Saturday night when all of the fans are in here. And remember, 100. You can be here on Saturday night. All that space on the floor that you can see behind the stage. You could be in that space on one of the benches with a bunch of crazy darts fans. And
60.
all you've got to do is go to that
Martin,
QR code.
161.
And find your way to the dartshop.tv ticketing page. This is smart.
121.
He leaves tops once again. He's definitely putting something together. And you might just be seeing Martin Grayson on Saturday night if you are coming down.
And he will bring a few down. Nearby in Salisbury has a fair
56.
supporter contingent.
Martin, you require 40.
And he's playing the type of darts which should see him there. However, he has been scuppered by his first couple of matches, but he's doing his best here to reverse it. But he
20.
cannot find the double 10, which would have put him a leg away from a second win. Campbell needs a second wind.
We have not had a big fish all week. So, I'll tell you what, I'm going to order a small fish. And apparently they've run out.
You'll have to have the Savoy instead.
Never had one.
Haven't you?
Honestly, never had one.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll go to
114.
I'll tell you what, we'll
Martin,
get a
you
Savoy
require 20.
from a shop and we'll do Paul Nicholson tries tomorrow. Double 10 for
Game
Grayson,
shot on
finds a
four
double
flag,
10.
Martin
Grayson
Grayson
breaks and leads 3-1.
That's not Savoy for Martin, that's Savoy.
Fifth flag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, don't do Savoys up in the northeast of England. We do pies. And Parmos, apparently, according to Glenn.
100.
Got to be careful. I'm in the comms box with you 1 week in Glen the next. So I don't know whether to go away, or go away.
I've got one in mind.
100.
It's Hawaii with an O. Watch your step, Deacon.
100.
This has been really, really tidy from Grayson. I'm impressed with him. I think he's better now than he's ever been. And it's not just because he's starting to get points from his
43.
games. It's his demeanour. It's the level of play that he's attaining. He's definitely better than before.
So you look like a player that feels
41.
like he's belonging on that stage.
Well, that's half the battle, isn't it? You come here as a qualifier from the ADC and you think, am I good enough to be here? Do I belong amongst these kinds of players? Well, rest assured, Martin.
60.
You do. And the moment you feel like you belong, your confidence skyrockets. There will be players who come here who will feel like a fish out of water. And possibly a fish on the stage. But
93.
if you feel like you belong and you feel like you can thrive here, you will.
And he's 167 points away here from sealing that second success of the day, a 4-1 win, which would put him on to 4 points and move him up to third in the league standings.
140.
A big game between Blom and Banks
167.
next. By far the quickest game we're going to see in this group. The 167 is going to go for Grayson.
58. Scott, you require 158.
Should really have been able to get to a 2-darter there. Scott's not thinking of that. He's thinking of getting something that nobody has found this week. Double 19.
Game shot
Biggest finish of the week.
Scott Campbell.
Oh, where's that come from? He's not scared anything like that today.
Sixth leg. It's Scott to throw first.
It's amazing how your mood can change in this sport in a matter of 15 seconds.
Game on.
Well, put it this way. If you were having a punt on today's action, remember it's 18 plus begambleaware.org. If you were having a punt and you were putting money on the over 5.5 leg market, well, you have made a fair few quid today.
57.
Now that you've said that, we're going to get a lot of 4-1 and 4-0s tonight.
We don't want that.
59.
We want some tungsten drama. We want some 4-3s.
43.
Of course, highlights of this session will be available on the Super Series YouTube channel upon completion of play. I'd imagine it's going to be a extended
140.
highlights package on today's action before we return tonight from 10 when... Oh, hello. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay.
Are you not subscribed, Henry?
I'm subscribed, but I didn't know we had a flashy graphic for it.
Shame on you for not subscribing to the place that you actually work. Oh. Well, if you're not subscribed, now we know how to do it.
I didn't even know we had a graphic.
Get with the program, Deacon.
112.
Well, goodness me, I know where the budget's gone. Right, anyway, Grayson, 190 points away from a 4-2 win.
Well, I think the switch.
100.
That's why. He ran out of room. So why would you go for a section of the board that is cluttered when you've got that lovely 54 to the right-hand side, which would have also left you a finish?
58.
And ironically, it would have been an easier finish. The game is very much on if he leaves tops and Grayson doesn't hit that 1-3-2. Or is it going to be double 19 again?
100.
Neither.
Martin, you require 132.
That shot's off. And now, what is back on is the possibility of 4-3.
35. Scott, you require
If Campbell
78.
can find the 78. Great dart. 2 in hand, a double 12. No mistake, no
Game shot on the
mercy.
sixth
And
leg.
Campbell
Scott Campbell.
senses the distance again. It has been the week of 4-3s.
7
And we
from
get yet
final
another
leg.
one
It's
here.
Martin to throw first.
He's finished so well, though.
Game on.
3 from 3 on the doubles. And even if he doesn't walk away with a win in leg 7, he's done a lot better in this contest than any other.
58.
You know that famous rugby league commentary when it was the I can't spake thing? Before Wayne Mardle did it at the Worlds with the 9-darter. The referee's name was Campbell.
85.
And it was in the Yorkshire accent. It says, "Get him walking." That's a yellow card. That were diabolical. And the referee's name was Campbell.
85.
Slight equipment change here from Grayson. He's just changed the stem. I don't know whether the flight's changed as well, but definitely the stem is different.
Let's have a gander. That's a lovely ton.
Was my eyes deceiving me? It looked like something was different in the last visit. I don't know whether that was because of
85.
Maybe I've just completely lost the plot here.
Definitely hasn't changed a thing. Things are changing in the game, though.
140.
Because it's Campbell on the charge. He's looking to make Martin Grayson do the walking off the stage without the points. Trying to give him a yellow card.
59.
Look at him now. His first start is so much better. This is brilliant. He was down and out. And now he's hitting everything.
And guess who it's happening to again? It's not Martin's best performance, but Campbell is up to it here. 3 from 3 on the doubles, 91 average. This is a proper performance. And this could be his first point to the group, showing why he was the group favourite at the start of the day. Griz and Expect in the background. And he was right in expecting, because eventually Scott Campbell gets over the line and seals his first win of the day. He beats Martin Griz by 4 legs to 3. And so it means it's only going to be the top 4 that find themselves on 4, with the top 2 on 6 in Banks and Adams. That's how that game went. Next, Blom and Banks. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got one more round of games to go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is how the table looked. Thomas Banks and Simon Adams both top of the table on 6 points, but that could all change in the final couple of matches. In matter of fact, we could see 3 players on 6 points at the end of the day. In fact, 4 players on 6 points, depending on how results in the last couple of games go. But it depends on defeats for Banks and Adams and wins for Blom and Atkins in the final 3 matches. And it is Banks and Blom that go toe-to-toe. Well, this should keep up with the trend of quick-fire action, these two going toe-to-toe. They played one of the fastest 4-3s we've ever seen. 9 minutes for 7 legs, and that includes a 10-second stop between legs. And on the basis of today's play, you would have Thomas as the overwhelming favourite. He's been the player of the day, bar none.
Yes. I would say that he's the favourite, Henry. However, we do have to pay attention to the fact that Blom has got the darts, and with him on 4
First
points...
leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Do we press the urgency button yet? Do we think that he's in a position where he will
43.
snap into gear? I'm not really sure about that. I think if he was on 2 points or 0,
94.
I think he'd be more dangerous in this match. But hold on to your hats, everybody. This is going to be
43.
quick. And they're both going to be refreshed by the fact that it is going to be quick.
Well, Moreno's
100.
played the two more methodical players, shall we say, in his last 2 games. So this will feel like a break from that.
Well, he hasn't beaten
58.
Banks all week. They've had 3 different results. 4-2 on Monday, 4-3 on Tuesday, 4-1 yesterday.
140.
So Banks has got the measure of Moreno.
By that metric, Banks wins 4-0.
57. Thomas
But we know
Require,
that's not going to happen because that's not the story of this week.
Yeah, we haven't had many 4-0s, and we haven't had any today.
102.
Well, Thomas has got off to a quick start, whereas I was going to say Moreno has started sluggishly and then piles in a max.
80. Thomas Require 65.
Double top.
Game shot on the first
That'll
leg.
do.
Thomas Banks. Second leg. It's
He
Thomas
is
to
not
throw
a happy
first.
bunny today.
Game on.
You may have even heard the mutterings of Blom
140.
in between the leg there.
But the thing is, if he wins this game, he salvages the situation. He's on 6 points. Keeps Banks on 6 points.
81.
And there's a possibility that the top 4 would be on 6 points overnight.
I tell you, the kind of day that Moreno's
57.
having, this is how he's probably thinking right now. He could fall in a bucket of chips and come out eating his thumb.
60.
That's the kind of day he thinks he's having. When in fact, it hasn't been abominable.
96.
He's still in with a shout of walking away with more wins than losses.
60.
I'm going to be honest, I felt a little bit of a tingle there when you mentioned the fun bit.
85.
You can tell me why later.
Well, Moreno is at 1 with himself here. Thomas Banks can get rid of this game as quickly as he wants to get rid of
Thomas
it.
Require 123.
Now, this young man is 17 years of age.
83.
And he sets up tops. He's playing as a child with a very mature head on his shoulders.
98. Thomas Require
Looking
40.
at 2-0. 2-0 it is not.
Moreno, you require 146.
But if he looks at some of the behaviours of Blom in this match, and look at him, he's looking at him. He's trying to read
58.
him to figure out
Thomas, you
why he's so
require 20.
frustrated. Banks might think he's got him.
Shot on his second leg.
And he's definitely
Thomas
got the
back.
2-0 lead.
In 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Now, this has
Third
not been a
leg,
day
it's
where
Moreno
I
to
thought
throw
we'd be
first.
saying this, but
Game
if
on.
he can rack off a couple more very quickly, we could be heading close to record territory. But he'd have to get them done quick.
42.
Moreno looks like a man who's just had enough of today. And Banks looks like he's just going to put him out of his misery.
140.
Sometimes you've got to play it when you're
140.
uncomfortable, whether that's mentally or physically. And the drive that we've seen from Banks this week and the composure has been exceptional. I haven't seen a great deal of Thomas
39.
leading up to this week. I was excited to watch him play. I have been mightily impressed with the way he's conducted himself.
134.
And he is being relentless in this match.
Well, he's averaging in excess of 101.5. That's how
60.
good it is. We haven't
Thomas
had
require
a
47.
ton plus average this week. Could have one here.
Game shot on
He's
the third
3-1
leg.
up.
Thomas
3-0
back.
up, shall I say, with an 11 dart leg, averaging 100.2 in a space of 4.5 minutes.
Fourth flag. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
And Blom is getting blown away here.
140.
Now, just a slight technical error to our score, but it's still okay on stage. Banks kicks off 140, 3-6-1 left.
40.
Blom 40, leaving 4-6-1.
15 dart leg or better for Thomas, and he will win this match
96.
potentially with 100+ average. He actually has the best average of the week, but he lost the game. That was 99.66, and that was yesterday.
2 of the 3 best averages this week had come in losing efforts because Martin Griz had lost of a 96 earlier.
133.
Look at this. This is proper darts.
If this goes right here, right now, the record's 5:39. I think it's just going to be over
58.
because
Thomas, you require 132.
yeah, it's 5:31. It's not going to happen now, but this could be a sub 6-minute game if the 132 goes, but it's not going to go.
He doesn't care about the time. He just wants the points. And if he wins 4-0, there's every likelihood he is going to be top of the table
58.
going into Friday's play.
68.
Well, this has been a disastrous end for Moreno Blom, but it's been brilliant from Banks.
48.
But he hasn't finished it off, and the average will dip below a ton. Well,
48.
Slowing down,
Thomas,
Moreno. Still fast,
20.
but slowed down. But double 10 for Banks. Double 5.
No score.
Burst it, because there is no pressure coming back at him.
No resistance from Blom.
Thomas, you require 20.
And Banks is back at 10s and decides to bust
No
it
score.
again. Shades of MVG versus Huybrecht at the Belgian Darts Open in 2022. Don't miss it next time.
84. Thomas, you require
Moreno's
20.
just done nothing in opposition, and
Game
eventually
shot.
Banks will
Match,
get over the
Thomas
line.
Banks.
He beats Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 0. And Banks is on 8 points, and he is a fair way towards qualification now towards Saturday. He is going to hold the cards going into tomorrow's action. Banks a 4-0 winner against Blom. Good game for him. Bad performance from Blom. Campbell Atkins next. Welcome back to the live loud cheer with Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. 2 more games to go for us. And we kickstart with Scott Campbell up against Jamie Atkins. Before the break, Thomas Banks moved on to 8 points in the group after getting the better of Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 0. It's been an intriguing day here at the live loud cheer, but a day that began very well for Jamie Atkins, winning each of his first 2, and we thought at that particular point that maybe he could put on a bit of a spurt. However, the breaks have just gone on a little bit for him over the last 2 games, losing each of his last 2. He takes on Scott Campbell, who got his first win last time out against Martin Griz, and this could be an interesting battle to end their days.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Campbell will feel very good about that 12th game of the day. A few things to talk about with that one. He had the highest finish of the week with that 158. His doubles were exceptional at 4 out of 6.
60.
Just the win is a positive as well. But his average of 88.88. In certain parts of the world, that is seen as a very lucky number. Now, I know that there's no luck involved in darts.
57.
Or very little, depending on how you look at it. But that might be a very fortunate sign that things are about to kick into gear for the Scot.
$60.
2 names into the next round in Milton Keynes. Luke Humphreys, the world number 1, is through at the expense of Cameron Menzies.
180.
And Karel Sedlacek has beaten Gabriel Clemens, so his wait for a PDC title continues. Connor Scott is 5-5 with Ricky Evans. He's in some sort of form. And if you think he's not the favourite for Champions Week, then you're wrong.
44.
I think he's going to be one of the shortest price favourites we've had for a Champions Week.
There will be a couple of people out there thinking, don't forget about me. That'll be Tom Sykes saying that.
100.
Mr. Duff will enjoy the fact nobody's talking about it because he can then be the one that can shove it down our throats.
Absolutely right.
140.
These guys are just praying to be there. First mission, though, win this game. Next mission, make Saturday. And unfortunately, Connor Scott has lost to Ricky Evans by 6 legs to 5.
121. Jamie, you require
Rapid
80.
Ricky, it could be his day.
Well, Atkins looking for 80 here. It's going to get a dart at tops to break the throw of Campbell in this opening leg.
40.
Unable to take it,
Scott,
and
you
Campbell should
require
get
60.
a couple of his own at that particular target now.
Double 10.
40.
Can't find it this time,
Jamie,
and
you
Atkins
require
can break
40.
in the first leg of the contest. Oh, look at that. That's horrible. But how
Game
good is
shot on the
that?
first leg, Jamie Atkins.
There's someone who knows his onions. As soon as he hits that shot with dart 2,
Second leg,
he
it's
knew to
Jamie
go to the
to throw
right-hand
first.
side.
Game
Know
on.
your game. I applaud you, and I tip my cap to you, Jamie. That was a fabulous, fabulous effort.
$140.
Well, this is a big moment in this group. If Atkins wins, he keeps Campbell at bay, just suppresses him a little bit. Because there is a possibility if Scott and Martin win the last 2 games that you've got Banks on 8, Adams and Atkins, well, Adams on 6, then you'd have 4 players all on 4 points in the group, and everything would be up for interpretation. And Simon Adams being on 6 points, you'd still say there's an air of
96.
trepidation about him going into tomorrow.
There is. I do fancy Grayson to get the result against Adams, but I assure you of this. If Adams walks away with 4 wins today, he will
180.
think that he is the most blessed person in the Northern Hemisphere.
Is Campbell just injecting a bit more pace in this game compared to earlier?
Well, he looks more comfortable than he was
46.
earlier today, right? Definitely a bit more conviction with the darts come out of the hand. And look at that one.
100.
Spends a lot of time on the treble 20. He does not switch a great deal.
He's on for a potential 11 darter here to level this game up at 1 apiece. And Atkins on throw has got nothing by way of response. 12 and pull. Well, decided against it and then finds the treble to leave double four.
On his second leg.
Knew the plan and executed it to perfection. And Campbell breaks back. He levels up at 1-1.
Third leg. It's Scott to throw
that
first.
Could have had trepidation written all over
Game
it.
on.
But Campbell knew what he wanted to do and perfectly executed it.
That's becoming more popular now, isn't it? Treble 18 double 4. Do you know why I blame for that? Well, it's not blame. Gary
100.
Anderson. Because you're starting to see him do that. You're starting to see Ryan Searle do that because they practice together and they both like tops.
121.
And they do like fours. It's all about what you want to leave. Think about 62 this way. If you get the 54, you're going for double 4. Everybody likes double 4.
96.
But if you get the 18 and you leave 44, you've got choices. It's all about trying to cut the circular board into a section. Think about it this way for 62. If you like tops, you can cut the board into less than a quarter.
92.
18, 4 and tops is less than 25% of the board, which means that moving from one part to another is easier. If you go 62
96.
another way, 10, 20, 16, you need the entire thing. Or should I say around about 80% of it? It's just the way you see the game.
100.
People play it differently, that's why it's great.
104.
Atkins looking at 104 to make it 2-1 and get the break of throw in hand. Finds the treble 18. And so double 16 the target. Oh,
Game shot on
superb.
the third leg. Jamie
Just
Atkins.
when it looked like Scott Campbell getting an opening in this game, Atkins fires in the 104 to put himself 2-1 to the goods.
It's Jamie to
the
throw
third consecutive
first.
break at the beginning of this match.
Game on.
Yeah, more breaks than a British building site. But this is a proper game of darts. Look at those. Lots of 180s.
58.
Very, very decent averages. And the doubles aren't that bad either.
1 for 3, 2 for 5 on the outer ring for the pair. Well, it's Jamie Atkins scoring power pack. Reads
140.
a Richie Benno cricket scorecard. Chew, chew, chew. And he has got chew legs to his name.
At least we're not getting what we had yesterday. Remember that game with Moreno
42.
Blom and Stefan Hendrick where Blom had 32 darts at a double?
How can you forget? I'll put it this way. Moreno Blom had more darts at a double in that game than Tom Lonsdale did for the day.
$140.
I have no idea where this game's going to land. It may come down to leg 7, shock horror. And it might come down to mismatched darts from both players. Oh, very well done. That's one of those get in there darts. Just, you've got no idea. You haven't got any say in the matter. You're a treble 20.
Scott, you require 41.
That's it.
Well, for the second time in 3 legs, Scott Campbell's left himself on the 2 darts after 9. He cannot convert, but not that there was a need to convert for what would be the 4th consecutive break of throw in this game. Campbell averaging 102. The last couple of games are beginning to see why the bookies had him as the 7-4 favourite.
I can imagine if he gets through this group after the
Scott,
start he had.
32.
That would be pure character. Not moving. Well, where does he need to go here? It's got to be to his right-hand side. If he goes further left, he's got more flights to get past.
No score. Jamie, you
And if the
require
156 is plugged,
156.
Campbell's going to feel very, very strange.
particularly after being hit with a 104 in the previous leg. But Dart 1 sinks low, sinks wide, and Atkins' head sank to the floor for a second. And so Campbell will get 3 more. The double 6D.
40. Scott, you require 32.
Actually been the weak point in this game. The double in 1 from 8 so far. Make it
Game
2 from
shot on
9.
the 4 flag, Scott
And he'll make
Campbell.
it 2-2.
Semi-finals in Milton Keynes, Mike
It's Scott
DeDecker,
to throw first.
Carol
Game
Sedlacek,
on.
Luke Humphreys and Ricky Evans. 3 players who have not won a PDC title. And Luke Humphreys, who has won an awful lot.
100.
But he hasn't won a Players' Championship this year. So, with the exception of Luke Littler, it's going to be another different winner.
58.
It's like a pick and mix, isn't it? Between players picking up Pro Tour titles. DeDecker beat Brendan Dolan 6-5. Sedlacek beat Clement 6-4. Humphreys beat Menzies 6-3. And as you've been mentioning, Evans beat Scott
41.
by 6 legs to 5.
And just a little bit more evidence as to how averages can lie. The highest 2 averages in the quarterfinals there.
121.
Connor Scott averaged just shy of 103 and lost to Ricky Evans, averaged 96 in that particular contest. Timing is everything
45.
in this game, and it's time for these two to really hammer down as we head towards their final 3 legs max of the day.
Now, Campbell
90.
might not know that with his opponent a fair bit ahead of him, the play here is the bull first. He might use the bull last. 25 leaves a finish.
145.
He's done it backwards because some people would do bull first, but that's really, really good board management.
He is himself on the fish, and he may have to take out the fish. Atkins doesn't like the lie of Dart 2. Wants to persevere up there to the very least leave 132. That's what he's got to do.
That's
Scott,
absolutely his thinking. He doesn't want to
170.
leave 133 or 134. 132 is just a little bit easier than those other 2 finishes.
Because he'll get, providing he hits the 25 Dart 1, a couple of pokes at it. And he is going to get at least a look at the 132. The
78.
champagne shot.
Jamie, you require 132.
How good is that dart? It's better than that one. He couldn't really have asked for a better first one.
108. Scott, you
So
require
finely
92.
poised this game. It's a fabulous contest. This might be the thing that changes it. Bull has got something very close to it. That might be a lovely cushion. Oh,
67.
so close.
Jamie, you require 24.
But yet so far, potentially, if Atkins could take out the double 12, he breaks and will then have the darts to win the match. Double 6 now.
Didn't like that one. And stepping off the hockey was the right thing to do.
He composes, but cannot
12.
fire.
Scott, you require 25.
And so the pendulum swings again back in the favour of Campbell. And now he'll get a couple of darts to move 3-2 in front.
They've both had their trials on the doubles after all. 8 misses for Campbell, 6 for Jamie. The 17 is safe for 4s. This has been his saviour today.
17.
Not this time.
Jamie, you require 12.
And so Atkins to put himself 3-2 in front. That's a nice guy. Can he clip off the barrel? Yes, is the
Game shot on
answer.
the 5th flag.
Atkins
Jamie
breaks. He
Atkins.
leads 3-2 and has the darts to complete the win. And what is our penultimate match of the session? We've
6th
still
leg. It's
got
Jamie to
one
throw
more game
first.
to go. But
Game
you've
on.
just been having a look in the background there. And it's something that Scott Campbell's been doing between throws.
Everybody's got their own routine. Especially when conditions
91.
make you feel slightly more uncomfortable than usual. Speak to any dart player that's played for a good few seasons
80.
anywhere. They have their own foibles. For instance, I can only tell you what I do. I never stand behind a dart player and look over their left shoulder. Don't ask me why. I always look over their right shoulder. I feel very uncomfortable approaching the hockey from the left side, so I always do it from the right side.
43.
Must be a bit difficult when you play Stephen Bunting.
Yeah, I can't see the board.
Sometimes that's not a bad thing when you consider what he was hitting.
Correct.
57.
Always someone I enjoyed playing. Always great fun. I liked playing left-handers later in my career, but during my early county days, I hated playing left-handers because I kept losing to them.
81.
Actually, someone who was going to be with us next week, because we're going to the same function, you and I.
81.
Beat me at county, called Lee White. Played for Hertfordshire back about 25 years ago. He still talks about that victory to this day. Don't worry, Lee, I'll get you back some point. I'm biding my time.
133.
Said sinisterly.
Can he leave double 18?
100. Scott, you require 164.
It's either going to be game on or game over. It could be game over now. Notice that little glance over the left shoulder from Jamie. Now he knows he gets a shot. He just wants this done. And if he walks away with 6 points today, I think he's going to be pretty happy.
Requires 76.
All things considered, absolutely, and he'd be right in the mix going into tomorrow. 76 of the match here for Jamie Atkins. He's going to get a match start here, providing he hits a single. Tops to wrap it up.
56.
But it's not going to go.
You require
And so Campbell has got
93.
the opportunity to send us to another last leg decider.
How many have we had today?
A lot. This will be the 8th.
Yeah, this will be the 8th. We're not going to get as many as Tuesday when we had 10. Does he know which route he wants? He's changed his mind. He was going to go bull, then he decided the 57. But he has got the treble 14. And he's got that as well.
Sick flag, Scott Campbell.
Herculean effort from the Scot, and now we go the distance after a missed match opportunity
7 from
for
final
Jamie
leg.
Atkins.
It's Scott to throw first.
This
Game on.
is the 89th leg of the day. And we've still got potentially another 8 to go.
Which would beat Tuesday.
Yep.
Which was 96.
Look at
the spirit from Campbell. I admire it so much. Because after everything that he's been through today, he's still scraping
100
through the dirt to try and get 4 points after what has been a very, very tough Thursday.
Here's a stat for you, Nicky. You were talking about left-handed players. In the history of the Super Series, only 2 left-handed players have made it through to a Champions Night.
Muhlenkamp.
And Usher. Of course, lost the jackpot final to Conan Whitehead in Series 1.
Who's going to be the next one?
August 31st, we find out the answer to that conundrum.
2 months before Henry Deacon is wearing
43.
a Halloween costume, apparently.
It will happen. They're definitely making sure I don't work that day now, aren't they?
Oh, it's very good.
134.
First to the finish. And from behind as well. Can you imagine if he takes out that 167? That will crush the heart of Campbell.
Be an absolute heartbreaker. When you consider how hard he has worked to get himself back in this contest.
42.
But
Jamie
Campbell has
require
slipped.
167.
Atkins will feel like he's got 6 here from 167, even though Campbell's on a finish. He hopes against hope that
45.
151 doesn't
Scotty
go, but
require
Atkins'
151.
tank has reached empty now too.
There was a really big case for the bullseye with the last start. He could have left himself on 117 with a 25, which is a lot easier than 122. This shot is on. Oh my. What are you up to, Campbell? That was diabolical!
And the match, Scott
Absolutely
Campbell.
Sensational to finish your day. And now he has got 4 points. He's just sailed up the table from bottom position to 3rd with that incredible finish. He's not only got the best finish of the day, he's got the top 2. And with his performance of Thursday, now he is very chipper about his chances of making another Saturday. Jamie Atkins will be sick about that one. Last game coming up, not far away.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final game of the session between Simon Adams, and Martin Griz is about to get underway. It's been a very long session. And we saw another 4-3 before the break when Scott Campbell got the better of Jamie Atkins in the last leg to silent, moves him on to 4 points in proceedings. But what's going to happen between Griz and Adams as we finish off day 1 in Group C? Don't forget, 10 more games tonight. Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel, where we are going to see Scott Mitchell on the stage alongside the Pigeon, Mike van Dijvenbode. We're hoping that Steve Hine brings home the muffins, and we'll also see Stefan Hendrik and Tom Lonsdale in action. But what we're going to see for the final game of this group,
First
Mr.
leg,
Nicholson.
it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think this game could give us something similar to what we've just seen. But just going back to what you were saying about tonight, Yeah, you might have a pigeon and a dog fighting over a muffin.
43.
But here you've got the heart of a lion in Simon Adams taking on one of Salisbury's finest. Grayson now, so weirdly,
125.
finds himself bottom of the table. After some of the darts he's played today, you've got to think, how? And Adams is second?
There's a possibility that if Simon Adams wins this game, Martin Grierson could have the highest overall average of the day and finish bottom, and Simon Adams could have the lowest overall average of the day and finish top. Make it make sense.
58.
I like to think that I am very well educated when it comes to this sport, but this week has been tying me in knots.
60.
For the neutrals, it would be fabulous if Grierson was to get the win. And it would continue to be fabulous for the neutrals if Grierson does the double over Adams from this game and through the first game tomorrow from 1 o'clock. Because that would put him on 6 points, the same as Adams. And then it would be 8 points for
60.
one. 2 people on 6 points and 4 on 4, meaning everybody's still involved. And we might need all of the statistics
45.
to extrapolate
Simon, you require
how tomorrow could
158.
possibly go. This game really does give us a bit of information as to what we could potentially get on Friday.
45.
Grierson looking at the setup of this turn. Adams not really done much in terms of leaving anything handy, and Grierson will be hoping to pinch this leg from the back pocket of Simon Adams right at the very end of it.
He's got 95 left. I think the play is here the treble 19. Because even if he doesn't want to leave 38, even if he gets it, he can split the 38 if he gets another shot. Thought that out well. He wasn't sure, so he asked the referee.
Simon, you require 113.
Got to be 54 tops now.
$41. Martin, you require 76.
You do get the feeling this game is going to be played at an average range of about 80 to 85.
Game shot.
Can this man
leg,
put his
Martin
foot
Grierson.
down and make sure that Simon Adams does not get to the strong part of the game? For
Second
him,
leg, it's
it
Martin
is
to the
towards the
reverse.
end.
Game
if
on.
he can get a lead of about 3-1, he might just wound the South African enough to put him on the shelf before we get to leg 6 or 7.
60.
Well, you've got the elf on the shelf, but he might be putting the saint on watch here.
You could say it's putting the saint in the paint.
85.
But in basketball terms, that's a good thing, isn't it? Being in the paint. It's in the scoring area at the front of the court, wherever you're going.
Tell you what, I was watching a bit of the Olympics. Have you seen that 3x3 basketball? Now that is fun.
100.
Usually 5-on-5, isn't it?
Well, it's the different type. Honestly, they have one hoop, and basically play on, I think it's half court. Oh,
125.
That is good fun. High scoring, high octane, quick fire.
Sounds like the street basketball they've got in many of the inner cities in America.
Pretty much.
100.
Pretty much the same concept. What do you enjoy watching the Olympics?
Athletics. I'm a bit of an athletics junkie. I've been fortunate enough
100.
to get to meet some people who have been to Olympics in the past and have actually contended and won medals.
100.
And they tell me it's just like nothing else on earth.
Do you enjoy watching some of the sports you don't see every day? I tell you what, I've been a big fan of the canoe slalom. That's been great fun.
99. Martin, you require 141.
I'm a big fan of this shot. Now, what does Adams do here, Henry? He's got 92 left, and obviously Martin's going to be in a better position.
93.
What is the percentage play here?
Simon, you require 92.
Predominantly, we see younger players going for the 60 here. That's what he does. But what does he do now? Oh, I didn't expect this at all.
Double top, double 16.
60. Martin, you require
That was
48.
nearly executed.
If he's starting to go double-double, this is a weird week.
Game Shauna's
good has he
second
been on
leg.
tops
Martin
today?
Grayson.
2-0 Grayson. And after a minor scare on double 16,
leg, it's
he
Simon
doubles
to
his
throw
lead
first.
and he might just be
Game on.
about to put his foot down and finish the day in the best possible way.
97.
Well, it was 5 hours ago when Simon Adams threw his first dart of the session. That was a 4-3 win against Scott Campbell. If he can
61.
throw the last dart of the session, he will end on 8 points in the group.
Doesn't matter whether you're 17 years of age or in your mid-50s. A 5-hour session of darts is hard.
140.
Well, as we pass tea time in the UK.
45.
Or supper time, or dinner time, depending on what you call it. But if you're watching from around the world, you might just be waking up.
If you're in the Australian region, you'll be having breakfast about now.
If you're from North America, you'll be having lunch.
And we might be seeing a Simon Adams comeback charge here because he's left himself an
60.
84 after
Simon, you
9.
require 84.
Griz are nowhere to be seen.
You know for a fact this is going to go 4-3. This is for an 11 darter.
Game Shauna, third leg.
Yeehaw!
Simon Adams.
Just like that.
Well, I hope you didn't
Fourth
book a
leg, it's
table
Martin
for
to throw
somewhere
first.
tonight between sessions,
Game on.
Nico.
I have that table right in front of me. And the only thing I'm going to be eating for dinner are numbers.
Oh, not alphabet soup this time.
90.
No, because I'm not 6.
43.
But also we should think about as well how the players will recover following this, because there has been a long session. Let's not hide away from that fact. So the recovery for the players, particularly when coming back tomorrow morning at
93.
11 o'clock roughly, they get into the building. That recovery time is going to be also important this evening.
Yes, very much so. And I think the same goes for Conor Heenahan as well, over today and tomorrow. I wonder if he's fixed his sleeping problem.
140.
He said he hasn't been sleeping very well this week because it's very warm. He can't turn the sun off.
But you
can turn on the style. So far, he hasn't missed a dart double in this match. That's his first maximum.
60.
Simon's got a couple.
Martin, you require 138.
Traditional? Yes. Instead of new school Humphreys.
98.
Nobody goes for two treble 17s and double 18 anymore. It's the forgotten route. It's like a shortcut that nobody knows anymore.
Well, Luke Humphreys hitting at the win the World Grand Prix made that finish famous, didn't it, the 138.
Martin, you require 40.
Stop clickbaiting, Deacon. Double top. Still
Game
hasn't
Shauna,
missed
fourth leg,
a dart
Martin
double.
Grayson.
And with a 3-1 lead, he looks like a very hot favourite to make his way to the party on 4
Fifth
points.
leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Chris is 3 for 3 on the doubles. However, Simon Adams here is averaging 95.5 and is 3-1 behind. Carries on playing like that, we may well get a last leg decider.
That's pretty obvious what the formula is for Martin then.
140.
Play worse and win. Play better and lose. Think about his first game that he lost 4-3 to Banks. He averaged 96.37.
57.
Which was 5 points better than his opponent and he lost the match. Welcome to the week that doesn't make sense.
And importantly, a win for Grierson here means no one is out of it, because the gap between Adams in second and Blom, who's bottom, would be just 2 points.
Just before we could go to the end of this match, something is occurring
60.
in Milton Keynes. Ricky Evans is 5-2 up on Luke Humphries. And if he beats the world champion and world number 1, he's guaranteed to play someone in the final who has not won either.
100.
This could be the biggest day of Ricky Evans' career. Same goes for De Decker and Sedlacek. Interesting times.
And you say the way Ricky's played over the last year or so, this is a well overdue moment.
140.
It's been overdue for about 6 years. 140 for Adams.
$54.
We'll say one thing about Grierson in this match. He's either in a very strong position or he's miles behind.
140. Simon, you require 86.
So 6 darts from here to bring it back to 3-2. And I mean, another game has passed the 5.5 leg threshold.
Game
And we're going to get another leg
Simon Adams
on this afternoon session, which just keeps on delivering. Why not? Let's not have. Why not have a couple more for time's sake?
Game on.
How many legs have we had today now? We are getting very, very close to the most legs in a session this week. If we go 4-3, isn't it 97?
140.
It's a lot.
96 if we go all the way. This is...
So it'll be the same as Tuesday.
This is leg 95 of the day. Which is crazy. And to be honest, you look at Group B tonight and you think the same service would continue.
I agree.
83.
Grierson doesn't want to let this go. Very easy to say that this is the biggest game of his group so far. And that will continue through every game and every round tomorrow.
81.
But this is not just about him getting to 4 points. It's about restricting Adams to 6.
$123.
Really good job. Now that single 20 has been found, Grierson knows in his own darting intelligence
45.
that he's getting 6 darts from here to finish this job. He wants 4 points and a positive leg difference.
131.
He's very close to it.
Leaving double 12 after 12 to get the job done. And for Simon Adams, well, he's done what he's needed to do. Get himself on 6 points means that he is
60.
going to be
Martin, you require
second in
24.
the table no matter what overnight. For this, for Martin Grierson to move on to 4 points in the group. And
Game
to
shot
keep everybody in
Martin
proceedings.
Grierson.
Well, there's a nice little appreciation between Adams and Grierson, but it's Martin who gets over the line. He wins the final game of the session by 4 legs to 2. There's a lot of love in the room. There always is when Simon Adams is at hockey. And, well, there we go. Everybody's getting in on the act. And everybody's still in with a chance of making it through Group C. Right, we're going to have a very short break. And whilst we do that, you can have a look at how you can be here on a Saturday evening. Get your phones at the ready. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're seeing a tight, tense Group C this afternoon. Myself and Paul Nicholson have been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have seen. As you can see, a spate of 4-3s and 4-2s throughout the course of the session, and it's no surprise when you look at the table at the end of the day that everybody's within a few points of one another.
Yeah, it's all to play for. I think there are going to be some very disappointed dart players going back to their hotels and Airbnbs, but the fact remains, some people are going to be very happy with what they've done. You look at someone like Scott Campbell, bad start, looked in real trouble, but the ability to get himself off the canvas and put in 2 enormous finishes of 158 and 151, fair play to him. I think he's done superbly in his last 2 games.
Earlier on this afternoon, we spoke about Thomas Banks. We thought the 15-2 was way too big on him. He proved that wrong, and then some top of the table, best player of the day. Yeah,
we know what we're talking about. This young lad has been so spirited and so hard-working all week long. The thing that I couldn't get my head around was putting him 5th favourite for the group when he's the biggest 180 hitter. When you're doing that and you've got the 2 best running averages of the last 2 days, it tells me he's getting plenty of opportunities. Brushing up on his doubles and then continuing the scoring, he's done a very good job today, and he's given 2 fingers up to the old odds compilers. So I think he's going to be feeling very chipper.
Well, the top 2 are the 2 outsiders at the beginning of the day. Simon Adams second in the table, but he had to ride his luck a little bit at times. But when it came to the key points, he managed to find those moments.
I can say that Thomas being top makes sense. Simon being second makes very little sense. But when you see shots like this, he's just a grinder. He just doesn't give up. And Devin Peterson's been saying for years how South African sports people just have a great deal of heart. And I'm starting to understand what he's saying, because Adams has not played well most of this week, but has still found himself contending.
What about Scott Campbell? He went off the favourite for the group. Slow start, but there were signs towards the end that maybe things were working.
Definitely. I think his proximity around the treble 20 improved as the day went on. His first 3 games, he wouldn't have been happy with much at all. But this finish, look, it's 3-3. Atkins is on something makeable. And what a way to finish a day. That will make him feel so much better. And now that he's got the same points as Atkins and 2 other people, he's going to feel like he's going to contend tomorrow.
Right, let's have a look at the table then. Going into tomorrow's action, Thomas Banks leads the way. Simon Adams on 6. The rest of the field on 4. Who do you think overnight will be looking at possibly having the biggest work to do going into tomorrow?
It's easy to say that it's Moreno Blom, but that is a position he's very familiar with. He has found himself towards the bottom of a Group C table before and qualified. So after saying yesterday that I thought he would react after not being in the top 2, I saw him react. I expect the same from him tomorrow. I think the inconsistencies will be ironed out by the fact that he will have urgency. He's got the most work to do, but I still think he can do it.
Well, we better go and grab some dinner, because we've got to do it all again tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It should be a good group tonight.
All right, I'll see you in a couple of hours. We'll see you in a couple of hours as well. Well, there was points today where this Group C was a little bit long, a little bit slow, a little bit protracted. But fear not, Scott Mitchell's here later on tonight.